with planning and zoning.
The Planning and Zoning Department really has four main functions, which is long-range planning, zoning, GIS and land information, and property tax listing. The majority of our programs are mandated by state law. A lot of it, related to zoning and planning. About 30% of our expenses, the overall expenses, are offset by revenue from permit fees, and about 2/3 of our zoning function specifically is covered by those fees. For 2024, we do anticipate a little bit of an increase in revenue. We've nudged up some permit fees. Over the last, for 2023, we're starting to see a slippage in the number of permits we're issuing. We're down about 10% from 2022 at this point in the year. And really we're at about the lowest level we've been in about 5 years as far as permits. So we are seeing some slippage there. So for 2024, we did again nudge up some permit fees to sort of compensate, because we do expect, with economic trends the way they are, that we anticipate that we're going to see probably some further slippage in the number of permits that we issue. So we did compensate to some extent by nudging up some permit fees. One of the big items in the budget that is new for us is the annual allocation that is provided to East Central Regional Planning has been placed in our budget for the first time ever. I think previously it's always been in the unclassified, section of the budget. So that is new for us, and that allocation for 2024 is set it's set by East Central themselves, and that amount is about a little over $168,000. So that's been added to our budget for 2024. Again, overall, we are nudging up revenue to compensate a little bit for that, so we are. One other thing for our land record section, we do receive $8 of every $30 recording fees in the Register of Deeds office. And that funds the land records modernization account that we manage in our department. And as Natalie Strohmeyer kind of indicated right before lunch, that the number of recordings in her office is down quite significantly, and that does impact the amount of dollars we have to use for that land records account. So. So with that, I'll just throw it out for questions.
Zoom. Must did a good job this year, Jerry. Oops, we got one here.
I have a question about the status of Next Gen 911. I know there's a lot of man hours that go into that
Right.
with GIS and whatnot, but if you just have any sort of cost for implementation of Next Gen 911 and just the overall progress. Sorry for the late notice.
Sure. Yeah, we did budget dollars for 2024 for that purpose. And we have just been awarded a grant to help offset those costs. So that's going to be ramping up for us in 2024. Our GIS department is working closely with the sheriff's department on that, and as well as we're working with area counties as well. So, so that's going to be ramping up in 2024. And, but we do have dollars budgeted in our land records modernization account, so it's all off levy there. And you know, and we've just been awarded a grant for that purpose. Sure.
Not seeing anyone else on that part, I thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Land and water conservation.
Good afternoon, everyone. Again, my name is Chad Casper, Director of Land and Water. A little bit about our department. We have the list of the programs. Our budget page starts on page 413. So we have mandated programs within Land and Water. We administer a lot of different grants. We have an ordinance, a livestock waste management ordinance, and just a number of different programs that we administer through our department. One of the big things since the last budget, which you're all aware of, and I thank you for the support, was for the Spirit Fund program. We approved that policy plan, and I'm proud to say we signed our first contract with a farmer for a conservation practice, and we're getting geared up for doing outreach with landowners in the county with the highest loading sub-watersheds. So we'll be doing outreach and getting more conservation on the land with those funds. So that is up and running, and we'll continue those efforts. Some of the new initiatives into 2024, the big one, which is reflected in the grant, is the Climate Smart Commodity Grant. This is a grant, it's about $750,000 that will come into our department over the next 3 years. There's multiple counties that are working on this initiative with Fox Wolf Watershed Alliance. So the idea behind it is they're going to create an agronomy team. So you'll see in my table of organization that there's a new position. It's a grant soil health specialist that is completely funded by this grant. And there'll be multiple other counties that will have similar positions, and they're going to have a team that will be working on this grant. And at the end of the day, they're looking to get soil health practices put in, like no-till, cover crops, low disturbance manure. But then they're also going to be working with farmers. They're going to do a farm progress report on their farms, and they're going to look at different areas on that farm where they can do carbon sequestration. And then with that, we're going to be working with the processors like the General Mills of the world, Nestle, to come up with what is called sustainable farming. And then we're hoping to work with those processors to put a stamp on that farm to say they're farming in a sustainable way. That's the idea behind the grant. So that's what we're hoping to get at the end of it, where some of that will drive some conservation efforts if the processors are putting a little pressure on the farmers to buy their products if they're farmed sustainably. So that will be starting in 2024. Another initiative was we received a grant for the MS4 permit. We need to do a remodel on that in 2024. We administer that on behalf of the Highway Department, so we were awarded that grant, and that pays for 50% of the cost for the remodel. And we also applied for a grant for the first producer-led group in the county. They call themselves the Muddy Bottom Farmers. They're in the Rat River watershed. It's 12 producers working together with their initiatives. Instead of it coming from government, it's coming from the farmer's voice on conservation, and we're working behind the scenes on that. So again, the table of organization is going to reflect that one grant position. That's a 3-year position. And then just real quickly, I'll go over some of the significant changes on page 415, some of the higher level ones. The other grantor agencies, that's 5 grants that we have, that was an increase of almost $261,000, and the big reason for that was the grant I just talked about, the Climate Smart grant. Other miscellaneous revenue, that was a settlement from Monsanto from the PCB pollution. So there was a big settlement case, a nationwide case, where we got about $27,000 in the county, and that was put into our department to do conservation work. The labor and wages, That number looks a little bit larger. A big part of that is the Climate Smart grant. That's about 93,000 for that grant. Again, that's fully funded. And then the staff increases for the wages was about 65,000 roughly for that increase. Capital equipment, that was a truck we purchased this year that came out of the unassigned general fund balance. So that is not reflected in the 24 budget. The lease, the 25,000, that is through the grant. So again, fully funded. We wanted to get that put in my budget, the full amount in 2024. So hopefully we can secure a 3-year lease for that position. Operating grants, those are 9 grants and programs in that account. And the big reason for the increase in that is the Climate Smart grant, producer-led, and then the Monsanto is reflected in that account. And I think that covers the big items that I had. And I'd open up to any questions anybody has.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chad, I was just wondering what the situation is with any invasive species, either in Lake Winnebago or any of the waterways in Winnebago County.
Well, we currently just signed a contract with Fox Wolf. They administer the AIS program on behalf of about 4 counties in the area. So they are doing a lot of outreach with the Clean Boats, Clean Waters. They're at the launches, educating people. If there's an outbreak, they're out there trying to get it under control. So there's obviously a lot of invasive species in the system that has to be addressed, and it's ongoing education and eradication where you can. Yes.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you. Chad, just as we're working with this priority-based budget coming up next year, I'm curious, and I've asked other departments about this, how do you work and cooperate with other departments?
Sure. One example I could give, just like I mentioned earlier, the MS4 permits. So one of my staff coordinates with the highway department, facilities, parks, and P&Z department. We work with them very closely on communicating with each other to know what's getting put in, to try and get the pollutant reductions that we need for our DNR permits. So we work very closely with those 4 departments. UW Extension, we work with their horticulturists once in a while on like rain garden projects just to get advice on that for different plants. Just kind of bounce ideas off of that position. The crops and dairy position within UW Extension, it's more of a regional approach, so I'm hoping that we can start to work with Extension more. We used to in the past, and I'm hoping to get them more involved with our field days. A good example would be as a crops person. We have a soil health field day. It would be nice to have somebody there to talk about the economics of it. It's a little out of our wheelhouse, and that's a good fit for Extension, so I could definitely see getting more involved with them. Parks Department, we work with them on, we assist them with our drone if they need any flights done. We've helped them develop apps for some of their data collection, and they've allowed us to use some of their machinery in the past. And then P&Z will work with them on some of our permitting, like in shoreline zoning or erosion control. We'll cross paths working together on some of those initiatives as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you. Would it be possible to get me the requirements that came with the grant that has to do with Nestle?
Well, there aren't specific requirements other than to connect with some of the processors in the region. So that will be coming on which processors we talk with, and I will know more details by the end of the year here. We're going to have the agreement that will be signed at the end of the year, and we'll probably have more of those details in there of the level of discussions and what that'll be. So to be determined, I will be learning more as we go here.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm waiting for a few more to come back, so we'll go to County Board on page 425. We are going to get to the amendments and everything today, so if anyone's on Zoom or whatever and they plan to be here to vote, just we will be getting to them. There's only a few more left. County Board agenda. This was a wild guess at at what this is and that. You can see we're way up, and that was because of the raises and that we have given for next year's board members. And we've also have a lot in Winnebago County now that are on WAC or NACO. They're either part of it, or they're also on some of the committees. So we have quite a few going than we ever have before. So it was kind of I guess I shouldn't say it any more than any other department, but it was kind of a wild stab in the dark at what it is as of right now. So, but like I said, it was kind of the wages, because we didn't know where the wages were going to be at that time that we had done them. So that's kind of what we figured. We figured, I think, somewhat high and went from there. So, and like I said, then it all depends upon what everybody's going to do on the different meetings and things. Scholarship fund, there is a mistake in the book on that. The committee that did that, they asked for $18,009 scholarships. I did put that in. It'll be up to the board if they want to go along with it or not. But it does say $1,001,000. That is not correct. It should be 9 $2,000 scholarships. That's on page 424. Supervisor Powers?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's one supervisor who believes that this scholarship was meant for community college or trade schools. The University of Wisconsin Extension Office went through all their correspondence back 18 years and found no notation about that being the case. It was for colleges. So now, last year we had the 19th year, and this year we're coming into the 20th year. So if for 20 years we've been doing colleges and not community college and not trade schools, I think that's where we're at. If somebody wants to suggest that we have scholarships for trade schools or community college, I'm willing to consider that. But at this point, the scholarships are for kids going to seniors in Winnebago County going to college.
And that's for anyone in Winnebago County, whether they're Winneconne, Amarillo, Oshkosh, whatever. Say some might be living over and they go to Berlin High School, but their residence is actually in Winnebago County. So that would also, they can get them also. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Karen, you said college. I assume you mean high schools? Seniors in high school? That are going to college.
They're seniors in high school who are planning to go to college in the fall. Okay.
Supervisor Hanson.
Apologies for the dumb question. For Supervisor Powers, I would absolutely be open to a discussion for trade schools or technical. Is that something we do here, or is that another discussion?
I would say that would be another discussion, because at this time, this was the way they wanted it set up, and so that's why I put it in this way, that committee. So I would say maybe for next year, whatever.
Thank you. Perfect.
Thank you. Supervisor Zestera.
Thank you. Just real quick, so Fox Community, or Fox Valley Technical College is not eligible?
It's not a four-year school, is it?
Yes, it is.
It can't be.
It's a school that is accredited. That's the key. It has to be accredited. No, it doesn't have to be 4 years.
That's,
It has to be accredited.
talk to the board, not between each other, please. Supervisor Eisen, talk to the board, not between each other.
Who is this?
There you go, Supervisor Eisen. I put your light on if you want to have something to say. Supervisor Eisen, if you have something to say, I put your light on for you.
Yeah, I have no reason to think that technical college is not qualified for that. They have the same classes, English, math, science, the social science, as the two-year school, as the UWO two-year school. So the key is accredited. Oh, and that's after serving on the scholarship committee.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say that I believe that in having heard the UW group this morning speaking to us, Fox Cities speaking to us about how they are considering working with the technical colleges and the trade schools, that needs to be considered in how we present these scholarships. And I also want to state that these scholarships can be utilized anywhere in this nation. For me, I would like to see them utilized at Wisconsin schools. Thank you.
I believe you were on the Rules Committee. Was I not correct this last year? Were you not on the Rules Committee that set some of this up?
I was on the committee that addressed the scholarships for 2023. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Bender.
I believe if it just takes the credit being credited, the Fox Valley Tech credits do now transfer to UW Oshkosh. They are accredited through the program, so if that's all it takes, then they should be eligible.
Okay. Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to clarify, a college does not necessarily mean it's 4 years in university. Colleges can be different types of durations. In fact, the tech schools are called colleges. So just point of fact there. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Any other questions on the county board budget? Anyone on Zoom? Like I said, we just kind of took a stab at it with, because we didn't know what the raises or whatever were going to be. So that's where it is as of right now. Miscellaneous. John, did you want to come up and touch on the miscellaneous? I guess I'm going to allow you to do that because
all right. For the miscellaneous and classified budget, a lot of things that you'll see right here. Some things that are through appropriations done a little differently, such as the libraries. We bill out, comes back in. It's not really a department that sits through that, even though they report to the UW Extension Committee. County fair is in there as well. You can see that that is from $100,000 down to $80,000. When I first got here, it was $60,000. They needed a shot in the arm. And 2 years of the shot in the arm, I think helped a lot. They're still getting $20,000 above that $60,000 that they first were. But again, things are starting to get tight, so we dropped that down to 80. The rest of the things in here, culvert bridge aid, is just kind of a place where that goes. And I know Supervisor Fari had talked about that we moved a couple things out of miscellaneous and classified this year, and we put them into departments. And Director Collard, when he was here, did talk to that as more about being able to manage those funds and have more accountability than those. I think Supervisor Albrecht would appreciate if there is such a thing as a county executive slush fund. I would say this is it. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to move. That was a little humor, everybody. What we're trying to do is move some of those things into departments so they have more accountability to them. And they go where I think they belong. So with that, I'll take any questions.
Supervisor Zestera.
Oh, sorry, error.
I guess you did well. Nobody wants to talk.
All right, excellent.
Oh, Supervisor Eisen,
Wait.
I'm sorry.
Almost.
Almost.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Page 441, why did you choose to transfer Regional Planning Commission to the Planning Department? It has been in the miscellaneous operating grants, at least for the last 2 decades that I'm familiar with it. and it does stand out as an operational grant that this county board levies out, just as it does to the county fair, just as it does to the railroad consortium. And it would seem to me it would take away the transparency of that grant if you hit it someplace in the planning and zoning organization.
Sure, and I can answer that. I think we've taken a passive approach at economic development in the county, which is why I moved that into planning zoning, because that's where the Industrial Development Board lies. And the same thing. And last year, when East Central Regional Wisconsin Planning Commission upped their levy that they needed from us, we had to reduce some of that amount from the IDB fund that we allocated per citizen to make room for that. And so I think all those things that are circled around economic development should be in the same department. I think the IDB board should be looking at those things, because that's what that role is. That's what the role of that board is. So to give that to a committee versus what committee does this page report to?
Well, in the last 2 decades, we have always had an annual presentation by the director of the East Central Wisconsin Planning Commission, right at the podium that you're at this time. This seems to be perhaps one of the last 1 or 2 years that we did not, and they did have a change in box office organization, the chairman. So, times change, and I guess it'll be up to the board whether they want to put it back. I might call on Supervisor Fari, who has expressed his concern about that, and with his experience on the board, I think he can best express a good reason to keep it where it had been.
I was unaware of those presentations before. This is the first time hearing about that. I did not know that, but I would be open to that as long as the chair would be. But I think we have to have an active seat at the table, and we have to look at it county-wide, and we have to be intentional about it, which is why I kind of put it into planning and zoning, and kind of in that bellywig, if you would, of the Industrial Development Board. When we're looking at investing in economic growth in the county, we should be looking county-wide. So that's kind of, that was my thought and Director Collard's thought of where we put these things so they could be a little bit more accountable. Why we pulled leadership training out of this classification is we had it last year, we put it in the Department of Administration. So there's somebody actually managing that fund. And of course, Director Collard reports to PNF. So there's a committee attached to that. And some of these do have their own committees. For instance, Supervisor Nussbaum is on the Railroad Consortium, right? But it's not all county board members. So there are certain things here that do have committees that have board members on them, and certain things that do not. For instance, East Central Wisconsin Planning Commission, it took 1 or 2 meetings of that to realize I had no idea what these people were talking about. So then I substituted Jerry Bougie. Like, Jerry, you understand planning. Let's make sure that the planners, the people that deal in this world, are at that table together, and then he has updates with me. So that's another reason why we took it out of here and put it into planning and zoning.
Well, I have visions of the priority budget program thrown into an AI logarithm and being spit out as one of the least priorities of planning and zoning. And so I have visions of that perhaps going bye-bye the same way that I think Fond du Lac County made it go bye-bye.
Well, and on top of that, Outagamie County threatened to pull out of it, and it almost did go bye-bye. But that being said, that's exactly why through the process, you will be 136 of that voice that sets that priority. And that is the role of this board, and that is what I'm trying to deliver to you.
People, vote your guts.
Mr. County Executive, we
Yes.
do and have had in the past, excuse me, Supervisor Albrecht has been on that board.
You have.
That's what I was gonna say, I serve on that board as an alternate for Mr. Egan.
Okay.
So I serve on East Central, and I wanna say that everything's going very well.
Yeah. And on top of that, I think the collaboration has really been increasing. And through the county and through other economic corporations in our county. There are certain dollars that can only get passed down to us through East Central Planning Commission. So without that connection with them, we don't have access to those dollars, much like a lot of the funding for towns or municipalities are funded through county government. So we have to be able to have those connections to be able to be that pass-through. East Central does a lot of really good things for us and make sure that that what we're doing in all these counties makes sense and that it's cohesive.
And then the problem with East Central, and Allegheny County, was who's calling is East Central?
Correct.
Winnebago.
Correct.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly appreciate your point of view, but I must disagree wholeheartedly here. East Central is a voluntary organization that we support. In the past years, there were a lot of controversy within that organization, and that dealt with the director they had at the time. What is important here is if we keep the money in the schedule of miscellaneous operating grant payments category, we have control of those funds. If this board decides not to be part of East Central, which almost happened a few years ago, we simply delete that from the budget. If you put it in a department budget, it is much harder to delete it. We lose our oversight. The department has the oversight and we don't. So if you want to keep control of whether or not you want to be part of that organization, and they're doing good things, I don't take that away from them. But our flexibility lies with that money being in this group. Do not put it in the department. You're losing your flexibility, you're losing your control. Trying to take money from a department and reducing that budget is quite difficult. I have a resolution pending to put it back, so hopefully you'll support that.
If I may respond to that.
No, Mr. Chairman, I choose not to say.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have received an email from a constituent asking about how the county board interacts with libraries. We heard from, 4 or 5 libraries at the extension meeting that we had. And as I understand it, the county board has very little to do with how the libraries function. You go about nominating people to that,
Winnefox Library.
to the Winnefox. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not exactly sure if this is the right time, and it's not really a question. I wish I could communicate how difficult this is for me, but I'm going to speak about the wage increases. At the time we voted for it, I'm absolutely in favor of voting for the wage increases. Absolutely no dispute there. Please no one misunderstand. I did say at the time that I did not think McGrath served this county very well. In part, I'm going to maintain that and also retract that it is quite possible that they did serve well, depending on how it was used and manipulated. And what I mean by that is I really thought that I was helping line employees like mechanics, snowplow drivers, etc., get a decent and fair wage and increase. Absolutely on me that I did not catch or ask the right questions, that their 4 or 5% increase would also translate into 15, 20, 25% increases to staff and management. I'm not happy with how I failed on that. I know when I asked the question, it was said that it's based on length of service. That is not accurate, because there are people here that are longer and got a lower increase. If you add the factor of quite possibly classification, yeah, that's true, and that's where I think McGrath may have been used to the benefit where I didn't catch. I'm not happy with how this proceeded. I'm absolutely in favor of the wage increases for the line employees. Very unhappy at the disparate or disparage, I don't even know the word, because this is not easy for me, the uneven balance of wage increases to staff and management. Not happy with that.
May I respond to that?
Sure.
All right, even though there isn't a line item for labor on page 441, anybody who got more than a 4% increase or a 5% increase was based off the market and what the wages should be. So anybody who got a significant raise, and we had a couple highway operators that got a significant raise. That tells me one thing, that we were underpaying them for a long time. That is one heck of a savings we got on their back for a long time. This is why when Mark and the team got together on these formulas, if you would, to determine where the raises went, it was merely objective. We wanted to make sure that there was no favoritism being played, that there was no subjective reasoning why somebody would get a raise over somebody else, and we let the formulas do the work. And I think, to Mark's credit, I think we did that fairly well. There were a couple of those raises that my eyes got wide too, that I wanted to get in there and be like, no, let's not do this one and let's not do that one. And I think that would do a disjustice to what we were trying to accomplish. So we let the formulas play out objectively. We had over 15 meetings with employees at whole to help us formulate what those amendments to the formulas would be. And then we let the formulas do what they do. And we took our hands off it from there. And I understand there are a couple of those raises that were eye-opening. But again, we let the formulas do it. And if that's where they say they should be on for the long time that they've been there, then everything below that is what they've been underpaid for years.
Supervisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before I ask this question, I just want to say thank you to Vice Chairman Fari and to Executive Damel. You both presented your ideas, your trains of logic very respectfully and clearly. I think anybody who is listening can understand how each of you came to your conclusions. I don't want to pick a side on this, but I don't see that we have Mary Ann here, and I was wondering if, because it's in planning and zoning now, if it would not be a simple budget amendment to remove it.
Yeah, to respond to that, that's what priority-based budgeting would do. It would be listed as a program. So instead of you having to go through and figure out all the line items to reduce, it would simply be a program to cut. So with the priority-based budgeting budget, where we will get to next year, that is the goal, that would be a very easy thing to remove. And it also would have to be, it is now beholden to that department head and that committee that department head responds to. When you pass a miscellaneous unclassified, that is my discretion for the entire year. And I do appreciate Supervisor Fari's point of view on that. And it's okay to disagree, and that's, I think me and Chuck have some heated debates. I actually look forward to our phone calls. Right.
Well, I would ask, would it behoove us to have Corp Council's input on that, as far as? And
you've been listening, right, Mary Ann?
I just walked in the door. Can I just finish what I'm...
I will let Supervisor Fari give you So
I
the
will keep
synopsis
on
of that's
going, and then
fair.
I'll come back to you, and then you can ask.
I'm,
Okay.
I'm perfectly fine with that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not sure I want to vote on this without all the information. So could we have him say what he wanted to now or later? But I want to know all the information concerning Supervisor Fari's amendment.
As long as there isn't going to be a debate.
Correct. Right, and yeah, this isn't a giant divide, it's just a difference in opinion. Supervisor Fari believes that having it in this section gives you more authority and, I guess, oversight over it. And I believe putting in the department, having it responsible to that committee and the department head gives you more oversight over it. So that's it, just a simple.
We already
I think,
heard
is that
We
clear?
already heard that, but you said that you wanted to respond. So do you have more information or not?
That was my response. Yep.
Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to address the issue that Supervisor Horan brought to the board as to what the county's role is with the libraries. The county's role toward the libraries that's in the budget is that of tax collector. There are 5 operating libraries in Winnebago County. They're in 5 communities, 5 cities and villages. However, there are a lot of people that don't live in those cities and villages. And if you live in that city and village, you're paying tax to that city to support that library. But if you live, let's say, in the village of Fox Crossing, and you're using the Menasha Public Library, well, you're getting a free ride except for the extra tax that you pay towards the library. And when I received my tax form in Fox Crossing, there's a box that says this amount goes to the library, and it's the county that's collecting the tax, and they're forwarding it to the city of Menasha to support their public library. And that's how that's how Winnebago County is involved with libraries for those communities that are outside those communities that have libraries.
Push your button and we can go back to that. Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Supervisor Hanson. Both times that I've seen McGrath, I have not been pleased with their conclusions and their decisions. The top of the pyramid here in Winnebago County may have been underpaid, but so are all the ones below that. And the top tier in this county got huge raises, and we're top heavy with those raises. I'd like to see that we have 63 beds empty at Parkview because we can't hire nursing staff to take care of them. Not only the nurses, I want to see the people who are mopping the floor, changing the sheets, and cleaning the toilets. The people who are working at Parkview need to make a decent salary, as well as. And the executive office hasn't treated social workers very, very kindly. I'd like to see social workers through Human Services and Public Health get a raise as well. There's too much top of the line people getting way big salaries suddenly when others below are scraping to get ahead. And I'd like to see us working harder for those people who are actually out there caring for the vulnerable in our society, especially the elderly. Thank you.
I would like to have Mark maybe get a presentation or an email to everybody to show you where those raises went. We had a lot of front level employees get very big raises. Equipment operators at Highway was one of those. We had plenty of nurses that have been there for a long time. They got a significant raise. We had some people in human services that have been there for a long time. They got a significant raise. So we'll work that up so you could see where some of those larger percentages were, and a lot of them were our frontline employees that have been dedicated to us for 20-plus years.
Supervisor Hanson, your second time?
Yes, thank you. Not really, I respectfully disagree, because yes, I voted for those significant increases that you and Supervisor Powers just voted for. I will categorically state, though, that if you look at some of the significant increases in the staff in management and you compare to Milwaukee County, which is greater than 4 times our population, we are paying significantly higher on some of those positions. So I'm sorry.
Supervisor Gabbard.
We got a lot going on here, and I don't want to debate either. But because I'm one of the older supervisors, I want to piggyback on Supervisor Spari's comment about East Central. I don't believe it belongs in here, into the Planning and Zoning Department. It should stay as a line item as it always was, as a special miscellaneous. We did vote a few years ago to get out of it. The vote didn't pass. But I want to inform you that we as a board have more control if it's not under planning and zoning. I don't believe putting it in planning and zoning gives more authority to a committee or a department. But one good thing that East Central does for us is the quarries. They do a great job on controlling what goes on with retrofitting the quarries that have been used. They do excellent on that. So I don't think it would ever come back for a vote to get rid of that membership, but I believe we have gotten more from them since that vote than we ever had before. But remember, it's East Central Regional Planning, and to the towns, that's a scary thing. So I would like to see that get back out of there. And as for the raises, we were misled. I was told, my constituents were informed that it was going to be a straight across the board raise of a percentage, and we do have some inequities between department heads, and telling me that somebody's been here longer gets a bigger raise doesn't work for me, because maybe that person isn't doing their job. So because you're here 15 years and somebody's here 5, you're getting more, and they are substantial raises. And an example, a foreman at the county highway got $4 a week. So don't tell me that we got everybody equal and raises were great, because that guy is not happy. So McGrath didn't do us really any justice. She didn't do it the first time, she didn't do it the second time. And there's many of us that think that way. So those are the only 2 issues I had. Thank you.
Supervisor Haran, your second time?
Thank you. I just want to respond to what was said to me. The county Board of Supervisors has no control over the materials that are purchased by the libraries. As such, we do not have a Board of Supervisor on that panel. Is that correct?
You mean on the library?
On the library?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep,
Okay,
we do.
all right. Thank you. But we have no ability to say what books are ordered, correct? Thank you.
Supervisor Ellenberger. Isn't his mic working?
No, well, he doesn't have a computer to.
I'm micless.
to
Oh, okay.
request.
Okay.
Supervisor Burrow.
County Executive Demo, just a couple suggestions regarding this discussion on wage increase.
Sure.
It might be helpful to look at dollars of the increases. How many dollars went to line? How many dollars went to managers or supervisors and above is one cut? and also look at the percent of dollars and where they went. And maybe there's a way you could cut this tenure question, how many years you've been in the job and what the increases were. I think that might be very illustrative for the Board of Supervisors.
Director Habeck, are you writing that down? You are? All right, that's a nod? Okay.
So it's a 2x2x6, I guess.
Sure, and just a little history. We did, in the previous budget, we budgeted $2 million in a labor contingency to kind of front-load this. And then we also were predicting around $1.75 million for net new shared revenue. So we did budgeted what we did ahead of time, and we were real close on the mark there. And that's the point of priority-based budgeting, is see what your long-term vision is. So in the future, when we have cuts to make, we can maybe cut a position or a program and not a park view, right? Because we all want to keep that.
Yeah,
but you're exactly right. So what we can look at some of those breakdowns, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of history that this was a front-loaded funded thing that we budgeted in last year, so we could be a little bit more prepared and smooth it out long-term.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I find many parts of the county budget to be muddy, like what is actually being paid for with these funds and that sort of thing. And that's something the county executive and I have talked about. My question is, this is a new format for the budget this year. One that I'm more used to seeing, but I still don't know what dollars are levy dollars, what dollars are grant dollars, what dollars are from the internal service funds, and all of those things. So I think we're on that path. It's going to take a while to get there. As far as this Regional Planning Commission money is concerned, is that something if it stays in the planning and zoning budget, is that something that in the future can be called out in the planning and zoning budget instead of being buried in operating grants?
Yes, and that is the point. My first budget here in 2021 for the 2022 was very frustrating as a county executive. I couldn't look under the hood. I couldn't tell you what programs we had. I couldn't tell you what labor was connected. I could tell you how much paper Human Services uses in a year. And that's been the long-term goal. How do I get this? How do I get you a budget book where you guys can make those decisions? Because that's your role. And it's been a long process to figure out what's the best practices, what's the best budgeting technique out there to give the board the authority to say yes or no to priorities and programs. I agree with you. This is very muddy. I can't tell you what exactly some of these line items attach to. And that was a frustration for me in my first budget. I think we did better last year when I said, okay, everybody flat, and then give me your ask above that. And this year we said, okay, now everybody knows the goal. Give us your best shot at what you got. Because we're limited. And the next year, I hope to bring you a budget policy book that allows you to see under the hood and make those decisions. Because that's your role. That's what I'm trying to give you. That's one of the reasons why I moved it, and I don't disagree. And if you want to move it back, I'm okay with that. You're not going to hurt my feelings. It is, how do we make this process a process where you can shape and mold the priorities for us to follow. You are elected to oversee the policies in the budget, and I am elected to oversee the operations. My sole job is to go back to the county and make sure that all the department heads are doing what you are prioritizing for them through this process. And that's what I'm trying to do.
So
I appreciate the questions.
If it were to be moved back to
Miscellaneous and classified?
For the 2024 budget in the future, you might bring it back to the planning and zoning budget for 2025.
Yeah, we can have those discussions.
And it could be called out more
Yeah.
specifically in there.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, and I had these conversations with Jerry too, so Director Bougie, yep.
Supervisor Eisen, this is your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to, first, I have two things. One, I'd like to address the concern of Supervisor Horan and to share some tribal wisdom. And that is that the county executive appoints one representative to each of the libraries in Winnebago County. Oftentimes, he appoints a supervisor, and I had the privilege of serving on the Menasha Library Board for 10 years. And whatever the library board's input is to what the collection is, I would have or not have a say in that discussion at the table. I believe that Oshkosh and maybe Amro also have.
This is third time and it's off budget.
I'm responding to a supervisor's question.
They said it's your third time.
And it's going off budget stuff,
So, are you done, Paul?
Well, the other thing too is I would recommend that Supervisor
Just hold, there, the bell's
Nichols
done.
take a
so-
look at Brown County's budget and see the list of each and every single grant that is appropriated for that county.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Executive, do you see, well, let me start with this, I guess. Economic development has come up in your budget as a program. It's in the planning and zoning as a program. There's economic development that are parks, that the airport, I'm probably missing things. But this definitely seems to be a field that spans a lot of different elements of what this county does.
Correct.
Do you have a direction for who, or not who, which person, but like which, working group, I guess, is the central hub of economic development? Or is that not the right framing to be thinking about this?
No, I think that's a good question. And I think planning and zoning would be that, because that is where the permits come in, that is where the IDB lives, that is where the real work of how do you grow, how do you get utilities out, how do you get infrastructure out, how do you work with everybody else to make sure that we're growing where we need to, how do we direct fiber. U.S. Internet, I think, came to us for a loan, or was it a grant, Morris, do you remember? A grant? A grant to get fiber out to Wolf River, where there isn't fiber right now, and they're working on that. So planning and zoning is really that central hub where the other things that you mentioned, parks, airport, is more of a quality of life thing, which is still connected to economic development, but a more passive way than a direct way. So that's how I would answer that, if that answers your question.
No, it certainly does. I think that aligns very closely with, I think, the way I see this. I will interject that I think your role, the county executive's role, is actually perhaps more important in this conversation. You don't have to step into that one, but
I'm not gonna.
But I do think that as as the chief executive officer, the highest elected position in the county, the person who at the end of the day speaks for, is the face of, is the ribbon cutter, at these events, that there's a big role in the executive's office for this. I do empathize with Supervisor Fari's position. I think a lot of my questions during the last couple of days have been rooting out what's in this, object code and what's really in there. So certainly something that the priority budgeting solves, but also listing this schedule of operating grants really provides a lot of clarity too. I see where you're going, and I do think that it provides a greater degree of transparency about what departments are initiating these programs and what they're responsible for. But I do share the concern that it makes it harder at the moment for the county board to see what it's saying yes or no to. Thank you.
Good timing.
Supervisor Gabbard, your second time, I do believe.
So you're at the podium. I'll ask you the question. If we would take East Central Regional Planning out of planning and zoning by amendment and put it back as miscellaneous, did I understand that you said you probably wouldn't reverse that
Correct.
this year?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Eisen, you used your time already, so
Point of order.
what's your point?
I move to suspend Rule 10.2 and allow supervisors at this budget, important budget session, to address issues more than 2 times.
Well, we already voted on that, but we can, yes, we did. I don't hear a second anyways. There is no second, so it fails for a second. So we'll continue on. Supervisor Hentz.
Just coming back to me because you said you would at the end. I don't know if, Mary Ann, if you've caught up on the discussion that we had.
No, I didn't. I was still in some.
Okay, I'm gonna try to boil this down really simply for you, and I'm gonna ask for your opinion on this. We're talking about East Central Regional Planning and where the location of where their monies go that we receive. The county executive has put it in with planning and zoning's budget. Vice Chairman Fari wants it back into the miscellaneous operating grant payments. Now, here are my questions. In both cases, it would take an amendment to remove those funds, correct?
Yeah, where are the funds currently?
Miscellaneous.
Now it's currently in miscellaneous?
No, currently in planning and zoning, it was in miscellaneous and classified.
So it would take an amendment either way to pull that out.
No, the question is to pull it out. It would take an amendment.
To pull it out and say we don't want to have anything to do with them again, it would take an amendment either way.
Yes.
Okay, with that said,
Yes.
with it being in planning and zoning, would that allow the committee at any time to question our arrangement with their planning and zoning and taking their funds and bring that up for a vote to the county board at any time during the year?
Can you ask that question again? Because I don't understand what you're asking.
Because this is what I'm getting out of it, is that it was voted on by the county board before I was here to disassociate themselves with East Central Planning. Would the committee be able to, if it's in
Which committee are we talking about?
planning and zoning, because it's in the planning and zoning budget,
Okay.
would they be able to forward something to the board to pull away from that agreement?
I would need to look at the agreement before I can comment on that, and I'm not familiar with the agreement, so
But I'm just trying to get more information on this because
yeah.
it seems like
But
we're
it
kind
depends on
of
what's in the contract.
juggling back and forth on something where it's going to be the same procedure kind of almost either way. And
Unless your hands are tied with the agreement that was entered into.
right.
And who has a copy of presumably planning and zoning has a copy of the agreement.
Well, and like I said, it's been alluded to in this discussion that this body as a whole has voted to disassociate. They didn't vote to, they voted on pulling out of the agreement with them. Isn't that what it was?
He might have an answer.
I'll let you clarify this because you were here for it, Vice Chair.
Vice Chairman Fari.
You bring up a very good relevant question. Based on my knowledge, only the board can withdraw from East Central, not a committee action. And I think Dave Albrecht would support that. Only the board. So that's right back to leave it where it is, let the board make the decision, not a recommendation from a committee.
Supervisor
The
Albrecht.
committee could recommend, but
Supervisor Albrecht.
Supervisor Fari is right, but I would hope that we would leave it alone. It's worked very well through the years.
If I may, I wasn't planning on having any microphone
Not
time.
gonna debate.
No, I know. I just want to wish my wife at home a happy 20th wedding anniversary. I'm pleased to spend it with you fine people. But Ann, if you're at home, I love you.
That's
Thank
why
you.
we don't want to debate. All right, we will be going into amendments shortly here, but before we do, I believe that we got a letter this morning.
Yeah, but we also have to do this.
Right, but I want to do the sheriff's letter
That's fine.
first. I want to get that done and over with so everyone hears about that. That's why if some of you see me and Vice Chair take off quickly, we went to read this.
Just wait.
Um,
Am I on the hot seat?
Probably.
Gotcha.
Jacob.
Everybody said yes.
Our Director of Finance got this at, I don't know, what time?
I can talk about it.
I'm sorry.
They want to know about this letter, and I'll be happy.
Yeah.
Okay. You stay right here, and you can see everything.
Anyways, between 10 and 10:30 this morning, we received this email. Director of Finance did, and he's going to read this, and that is why the sheriff has come back also, so.
All right.
Speak up loud.
It says that I received an email at 10:12 a.m. this morning from the Jeremy Cyril from Fox Crossings. He said, "Good morning. As you may be aware, since the Department of Revenue contacted the county clerk for additional information, the village is utilizing an exception to the levy limit. Effective 4/1 of 2023, Sheriff Motts transferred primary policing responsibility for Highway 10, Highway 441, and US 41 within the village jurisdiction to the Village of Fox Crossing Police Department. Based on the call volume and time spent thus far in 2023, before the snow fell and not counting the 20-plus incidents with yesterday's Halloween snowstorm alone, we have determined we need to expand our police force. Due to the levy limit constraints, we need to use one of exceptions to levy limit to increase our levy in order to fund the additional staff and overtime. Under statute 66.0202(3)B, we are able on increase our levy as this transfer of service responsibility for patrolling shifted from the county to the village. The Department of Revenue indicated that we should notify you, even though it's not required, as the intent of the exception is that we, with the transfer of service, one entity will increase their tax levy, the other will decrease since the service responsibility transferred. Based on the cost of a new officer and equipment and anticipating a considerable increase in overtime, we're adding $159,460 to our levy using this exception. If you have questions and would like to discuss, please let us know. Thanks, Jeremy."
So you may want to know, well, why do we care about this? The reason you should be aware of this is because while the Village of Fox Crossing may increase their tax levy, this could result in a decrease of our tax levy based on statute. Under 66.0602, which is deemed local levy limits, there is a provision under exceptions that states if a political subdivision transfers to another governmental unit responsibility for providing any service that the political subdivision provided in the preceding year, the levy increase limit otherwise applicable under this section to the political subdivision in the current year is decreased to reflect the cost that the political subdivision would have incurred to provide that service as determined by the Department of Revenue. So
the operative words are obviously transferring to another governmental unit responsibility. And as Sheriff Motz will clearly tell you, and the position is, there wasn't never a transfer because the Village of Fox Crossing is an unincorporated, so, what is it, municipality or what? I'm sorry, it's incorporated. It's incorporated. And the sheriff's responsibility runs to unincorporated situations. So obviously there is going to be a dispute over this. Right now the Department of Revenue will be entertaining, the various arguments to be made. But obviously we wanted you all to know, since this came in this morning, talk about timing, right during budget, where the Fox Crossing Finance Director sent you an email, Paul, notifying you of this. But yes, there is a statute on point. You should also know there was an amendment to the statute under Act 12, and it's the same wording except for the fact what they have now added, will add as of July 1/24 is the line, the levy increase limit adjustment under this paragraph applies only if the transferor and transferee file a notice of service transfer with the Department of Revenue. That is not applicable. That language is not applicable now. But the gist of it is that if a political subdivision transfers responsibility to another subdivision and it costs more because they have to hire a policeman to, basically look over 441, their levy would be increased, and the political subdivision who's no longer doing that service, their levy would decrease. But again, the important words are transfer of responsibility, and the sheriff can certainly comment on that.
Sure. As I stated before, the responsibility has always been that of the Village of Fox Crossings once it incorporated that area as part of their village. We have, since 1991, had a jurisdictional agreement that we would handle the calls for service and they would assist us. That doesn't change the responsibility, though. The responsibility is theirs. It's the same thing with, they had asked us to take their overnight phone calls because they couldn't or weren't able to hire staff, or it was a savings for them to not hire staff for their nighttime calls. So those calls were sent to our dispatch center. That responsibility is not ours, but we took that service on. It is much the same case. It's the same case if the county is plowing town roads. That's a contractual thing. They're not responsible to do it. The sheriff is responsible for the unincorporated areas as primary law enforcement. Everything else is secondary. So the pieces of 41 that are in the unincorporated areas, which is basically from the Fond du Lac County line up to Waukau Ave, or basically 44, that's ours. We have the bridge, the Butamore Bridge, that's ours. And we have all the way up to Breezewood. So those areas are unincorporated areas, and that's why that is our primary jurisdiction. That's why we have a car on Highway 41 yet to take those calls and to assist in the incorporated areas. So I hope that makes sense. Now, this was all a surprise to us. I did call the Department of Revenue. I did speak with Frank Bozich. I explained everything to him. His opinion was that the responsibility was still that of Fox Crossings. However, they have an appeal process that they can go through to appeal that decision. So just being straight up and forward with where we're at. It's all news to us. I did not receive a call from Fox Crossings notifying us of this, though it was a surprise. We just thought it was very surprising, and they also, I believe, Marianne, it can also go beyond Fox Crossing too, couldn't it? Couldn't other, say Oshkosh and all these other ones could?
If there are other municipalities covering 441, be it either Neenah or Menasha or Oshkosh, they could follow suit because the statute allows it.
But again, the responsibility, that's the big word here, is the responsibility of who has responsibility for that portion of the roadway. If you write a citation in between Highway 44 and 21 on US Highway 41, it's the city of Oshkosh. So it's where we're at.
We have a lot of questions. I don't know who will be answering them, but, excuse me, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure that we can be talking about this agenda-wise.
It has to do with the budget, so yes, if they're gonna be taking money away from us possibly. Am I correct, Mary Ann? They asked if we can be talking about this agenda-wise, and I said it's part of the budget.
Yes.
Great.
Well, it can impact the budget. Yes.
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mary Ann. As you know, I always like to read the state statute, so I buzzed in because I'm not familiar with 660602, so thank you for clarifying that. And Sheriff, as someone that represents Fox Crossing, I apologize that this is an inappropriate question. Let us know what we need to do to help.
Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, quick question for you. In regards to the overall levy impact, the possibility of it, I know there's a chance that this may fall on us, there's a chance it may not, depending on the way DOR decides to rule. So in regards to the overall levy impact, do you have a number? I know the word 160,000 was thrown around. Is there anything else that could possibly impact us at this time?
My understanding is it's based on the calls for service, so we would have to, and we've done this already.
Sure.
So if there are, on the average, 30 calls a month in that particular area, I'm only throwing a number out there, that would cost X amount of dollars. So it's not really based on a position, it's based on an amount of work. So I don't think I can answer that question. I believe the Department of Revenue has some type of formula for determining that.
Okay, can you keep us updated? Because I have a feeling this will extend far beyond today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you much.
I'm very interested because,
Yes.
again.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
And just, I guess, one more time, if you could go over for some of the people who are not on JPS about why this decision was taken in the first place, and your predecessor actually was planning on doing this before you, is that correct?
Exactly. I did speak with former Sheriff Mike Brooks. He had everything done, all the notifications had actually been made, and one of the chiefs at the time asked him to wait until he retired. So, and then it just kind of, it stopped there. The reason is, based on what the chairman said last year at the budget, I hear this, why don't we have more deputies in the rural areas? That's your primary jurisdiction. So we had to look for a way to get that accomplished, and this was the way, because it's not our primary responsibility to be the first responder in those areas. We still have a car that is on 41, but we're not drawing all of those other cars from the rural areas to assist with all of those incidents on 41, because the primary jurisdiction lies with that municipality or with that village.
And
I appreciate the questions, but right now we're just sticking to this matter that we're possibly with Fox Crossing. We have spoken about this series already about the person.
Okay, thank you.
In two positions, but I thank you.
Could I just add, and just as a follow-up, again, and I don't want it to be an alarmist, but, so Fox Crossing has estimated it's what, 159,600, so let's say 160,000. But that's just one area, okay? There are 3 others. Now, as the sheriff said, perhaps it's not based on, oh, you need a full-time officer, but again, just so you all know, there are 3 other entities, potential entities involved, so this could have a significant effect. Nothing's done, the die isn't cast, but we're aware that there is this statute.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff Motts.
Yeah.
You have a officer employed at in Clayton, in the town of Clayton. Is
We-
that correct?
No, we do not. They had looked at contracting with us and they opted not to.
There are several other units of government right around the area as 441 goes around, or wraps around the back of Appleton. How much time do you think you spend patrolling that area, and how often? And you got that 30 times a month or whatever that you said before.
Actually patrolling an area that is in a municipality or a village is what you're saying?
Well, just taking a drive-through or taking the responsibility away from the, you know.
Again, we have one car that is dedicated to the 41 corridor, which would include 441, with our primary focus being on what is our jurisdiction, what we are responsible for. But we still drive in the area. The sheriff does have jurisdiction throughout the county, but it's not responsibility. It's the ability to enforce different laws in those areas.
What I'm hearing from this is that Fox Crossing would rather that you not have any responsibility and that they would have to increase the number of officers to cover the area that you once did. That's what I'm kind of feeling for, or trying to get a feel for.
Right, but it's not our responsibility. It is their responsibility.
Yes.
And it always has been their responsibility, but there have been agreements in place where we would be the primary responder. We said, hey, we have to do something to take care of the folks that are in, who are our primary jurisdiction, so you guys are gonna have to take this over. Much like if we decided, hey, we can't handle all of these nighttime calls, you're going to have to hire somebody to work your front desk at night. Because it's not our responsibility to take those calls.
Right. Well, I'm just kind of within that realm, trying to figure out how they're going to authorize or get new officers or get people trained and get people on the road and get somebody in the front office and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's a dollar amount, is what I'm getting at.
they would have to provide that. I mean, and the Department of Revenue has a formula that they will use to determine what that would be. But again, it's not our responsibility. Their jurisdiction is not our responsibility.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you keep saying transfer responsibility, is that the phrase?
Yes.
Okay. What is the formal, or what necessitates the transfer of responsibility? Is it an MOU? Is it formal notification?
Yeah, we never accept responsibility, okay? What we do is agree, and I'll use the example of City of Oshkosh on Jackson Street. There's a house that's in the city, then there's one that's not. Then there's one that's in, then there's one. So what we do is, hey, we're gonna make this easy for our dispatch. We're gonna cut it off right here, and we're gonna take everything north of this location on Jackson Street. That's not taking responsibility, that's just saying this is our new jurisdictional agreement.
Okay.
Because the responsibility is still the City of Oshkosh in that instance.
Okay, right. So let's say there was somewhere, not here, somewhere else, there was going to be a transfer of responsibility. How would the sheriff of Chippewa County notify the Chippewa Falls police chief that there was going to be a transfer of responsibility?
I think that would occur through a contract. So now we're going to take over the services for, I don't want to do this but the village of Winnebago, okay? We're going to take over, so we're going to contract with the village of Winnebago to provide their primary law enforcement.
Okay.
It would be done through contract.
Thanks. I think that's really helpful in...
Again,
See, that's... That's
was
why
just
I
an
picked another
example.
county. You should have gone with my Chippewa County example. The other piece is, and maybe this is for Mr. Collard, I think 2 years ago, the budget left about $250,000 of net new construction on the table. Is that right?
That's correct, and we can claw that back, so if we were to be assessed a lower levy cap, we would have that amount of room we could claw back. We elected not to do that this year, but to hold it for contingency.
Yeah. So I think, I guess I'm curious if you want to make any more characterizations of liability or risk, given that we're not pressed up against that levy limit. Obviously, I guess if there are 4 jurisdictions that are seeking $160,000, that creates a much bigger concern. But do you have any thoughts about? I mean, the difference between the position we're in now versus the position we would be in if we were at our levy limit?
Well, I don't really know that we know enough about the resolution of this to really, for the board to take any action at this point. It is likely that it can be resolved without needing to adjust our levy. If not, we'll do what we have to do. Using fund balance is the other option.
Okay, thank you, appreciate it.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is similar to Supervisor Schellinger's in that we've been made aware of this. So is there anything else that you would like to add, Director Collard, as to what it means for us as we move into the amendment process for this year's budget? What do we need to know as we move ahead?
I mean, I don't think there's anything else that you need to know that hasn't already been discussed. There's some uncertainty associated with this, but we think the state will act promptly to resolve it, and it's their determination, really, whether responsibility has been assigned as a first question, and second, what the amount really would be. And until they resolve that, we don't know anything more than we know today. We just got informed of that this morning, that the village was even making that claim. But the risk is just that we'll be out of pocket because we can't levy what we propose to levy, and would have to, I suppose, call the board back to change the amount of levy. But I don't know that we have enough basis on which to do that at this point, so I think we just proceed.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just so we're clear, right? So when we hear the word responsibility, that means who pays when we say responsibility, correct?
Correct.
And we may decide to provide services, but we're not responsible for it, so we don't pay for it.
Right.
Right? And I also just want to make sure that I understand that the initial response from DOR was, this is the Fox Crossings responsibility. That's the initial. They're electing to appeal, correct? That decision to get a final decision.
When I spoke to the gentleman from Department of Revenue, he stated that based on my explanation, which I just explained to all of you, that it sounded like it was Fox Crossing's responsibility, but he did say they have the ability to appeal. They don't, there has been no formal decision. That was just based on a conversation between him and I.
Right. And just as, not wanting to put the cart before the horse, but there are other options as well to recoup. If this were to happen, right, there are other options. We could decide to take that back and patrol, and we could do that. We could start charging for these services that we provide them at no charge to recoup that fee as well, because we do a lot of services for the town of Fox Crossings that we could recoup in that way. So there are other possibilities there, just not, so it's not a linear kind of bimodal kind of thing. And then the other is all jurisdictions are not created equally. So we should not say it's 160,000 for every town that happens to go through. It happens to be driven by how much real estate the 41 corridor has, and there's a formula based on that. So we shouldn't necessarily say that it's going to be $500,000 because that's not how that calculation is put together, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. I had a conversation with the chief of police from the city of Oshkosh. Their portion, which runs 44 to 21, has made little difference in their calls for service.
Thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard.
I'll make this quick. So Village of Fox Crossing, those of you that live there, you know it used to be Town of Menasha. When they decided to incorporate, two of the big things to incorporate are you have to have sewer and water, and you have to have a police department. So the Town of Menasha had a police department, and they still do as Fox Crossing. So I'm a little bit miffed at this coming in. I am in the town of Oshkosh, and we pay in our levy to the county for the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department. And we have 41 over Butamore. And years ago, there was a little thing with the city of Oshkosh. You do it, you do it, you do it, the sheriff does it. No, you do it, because it's in the town. But that all quieted down because you talked about responsibility and duties. So we have, and you talk about not having rural coverage. In the last year, there are 5 patrolmen, let's say, or areas that you patrol. There's a map. We have a presence in our town in the last year that we didn't have before. 20 years ago, we had a lot of presence, but it switches. It's not a guy every day, but they show up, and they've been showing up. Maybe on my road because I'm on the county board, I don't know. So we feel we're covered. An instance that happened to me was I called the Oshkosh Police Department about something in the city at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they told me to call the Winnebago County Sheriff's Department. They didn't even have anybody to handle it. So it was like kind of interesting, and that was a city issue. So I'm hoping we can work this out, and I'm thinking at budget, what do? We don't do anything right now. So I know it's upsetting, but let's see what happens here.
Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am more and more coming to see this situation as a petty disagreement. I heard it before at the Public Safety Committee level, and I think that there is need for a county board action. The corridor of 41 and 10 and 441 involves Oshkosh, Neenah, Menasha, Fox Crossing, and Winnebago County. We are all citizens and residents of Winnebago County, and I see no reason why the sheriff shouldn't have the responsibility for patrolling those major corridors. And all the citizens of the county are paying for that. We just need to provide the sheriff with the resources, enough money to hire the patrolmen to patrol those. If there's a cost sharing needed for the incorporated communities, then we can bill them. I think that this is an issue that needs to be discussed at public safety, and I will pursue it at that level. But I think it's a petty disagreement.
Supervisor Bender.
I guess I'm just curious, the highway department basically maintains them and plows them and they build a state. Why can't Fox Crossing build a state? They own the road. They should be patrolling it. They got state patrol officers. So why does that rely on Fox Crossings to take over a road that they own?
That's a great question. I don't know. We are not reimbursed by the federal government for the interstate. We're not reimbursed by the state for the interstate or for any of the highways that are covered. So, other than what we would get through a shared revenue for the county as a whole.
As a whole. Yeah, it just seems funny because like when we work on a state highway, we get reimbursed. We plow the state highway, we get reimbursed. And you patrol the state highway and you don't get reimbursed. Doesn't really make any sense to me.
And then if you contracted with a township, they had to reimburse you,
Right.
which is really what's happening here. We had done it in the past, but never, it was not our responsibility to do it.
excuse me, no one's on Zoom, so we just wanted to bring this forward so everybody knew about it, so nothing was hid in the background and said that we weren't transparent about it. So that was the main thing. Like Supervisor, or I should say, Director Collard said, we don't know what we could do about it right now. Maybe it'll get worked out. Maybe it won't cost us anything. Maybe it'll cost us more than we thought. But, so everyone knows where it is. You all heard what the letter said. You heard from the sheriff. So that's all that there is. So at this time, we will go ahead and Director of Finance will come forward. And we've all got these yellow sheets the other day, yolk colored sheets.
So as you all were provided these correction sheets, under your county rules, under 4.3, it specifically says the finance director shall report to the board any errors in the budget. The correction shall be made prior to the presentation of any amendments, and the board shall, by a majority vote, accept the report of the finance director to correct the errors in the budget. And with that, I give you Finance Director Paul Kaiser.
Hello. Basically, this was handed out, I believe, yesterday morning for your review and to look at. Several of these items have been already discussed with the one of them, the bigger one being the workers' compensation. I believe that Mike Collard has changed, and that is basically in here as a change in the unassigned general fund. So I guess I'm not going to go through every specific one unless you really want me to. I guess I'm going to open up for questions. The one I do want to point out is on the back of the page. It says page 220 through 233 for the Sheriff's Department. There's $177,500 in revenue and expenditures. Originally, when the budget was done, that amount was going to be transferred from the opioid fund into the Sheriff's Department, where then the revenue would then transfer the revenue in, then the expenses would go to the sheriff. As far as the accounting for a special revenue fund, it should be in the special revenue fund. So basically, we're suggesting to take that revenue out and the expenses out of the sheriff's, a net zero to the sheriff's budget, and then they will come back in January and ask for that as a resolution before the board to approve the $177,500, which I believe they're having a resolution coming forth in November for a resolution for the, basically this goes back to solution recovery. So Solutions Recovery is being paid $7,500 a month for the opioid abatement. So this is just trying to account for it in the special revenue fund where it should be accounted for, not doing transfers back and forth between departments. So that's the one I think I wanted just to highlight along with the workers' comp, and if there's any other questions on any of these.
I do not see any question. Oops. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you. Can you point to the board the number corrections as is printed in the budget book? You're amending the budget book numbers. Should we do that now?
You want to go through line by line then?
No, just totals.
Do I have totals?
I have a total for the, I think the only item that reflects the bottom line in terms of affecting our levy or our use of unassigned general fund balance.
Yes, that's what it was.
The item Paul was just talking about is a wash in that respect. It's being transferred essentially from one fund to another, but revenue and expense balanced out. So the only item in that list that affects the usage of unassigned general fund is the workers' compensation. Now, the workers' compensation, the total is, I think, $248,000, but it's not all in the general fund. So some of it will go, for instance, $58,012 will go to reduce reliance on the Parkview fund balance because we're reducing the expense in Parkview. So that's where it immediately shows up. The board could choose to make an amendment to transfer that back to the general fund by reducing the tax levy, but that would be up to the board to propose. Just by accepting the finance director, it would stay within that fund and reduce reliance on that fund balance. There would also be $5,400 for airport, $23,375 for highway.
I'm looking for the change in the levy assignment.
Well, the levy is the same because we're levying to the cap, so there will be an effect on the unassigned general fund balance.
You're taking less out then.
Because we're taking less unassigned general fund because we're lowering expenses, and the amount would be $155,200.
Less coming from the unassigned fund balance.
Correct.
Okay, I think that tells me what I need to know.
Mhm.
And what page would I find that on in the book? Do you happen to have that?
I mean, the expense items are all through the book is the issue, so that's very hard to
it's not
track.
detailed on one page.
Yeah.
All right, I get it.
So what you need is a motion to accept all of these sheets? Is that what you're asking for?
Yes.
Second.
Motion made and seconded to accept all these correction sheets here. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Carried.
That number was 155, right?
155,200.
Melanie's trying to make it right. So can you wait 2 minutes? Because as soon as she does that, I want to make sure, is everything, it's all set.
13 amendments the day after Halloween is unlucky.
Huh?
We have 13 amendments. It's kind of unlucky the day after Halloween.
13, huh?
Yeah.
How's your migraine? Yeah, my wife gets those too.
I don't get them very often. I haven't known them for several months.
You got medication you're taking?
Yeah, I went home, took some pills,
Yeah.
and lie down for a little bit. It helps quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what she does. Covers her eyes. Pretends I'm not there, that kind of thing. That's a real plague.
Okay, we're going to take a short break now while they're handing
Good.
out, so we can get going on the amendments. They've got some of them done, and then they've got to get some more copied off. So you all have a copy of them. So take a short break. We'll recess for right now.
Visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Oh, no, we could have added number 2 to both the same amendment, but the form was awkward.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Recording stopped.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org.
I did
This is
post all of the
GovTV,
amendments
opening
on the
accessibility
county's
and understanding
website
of local government.
under today's. That's okay. In case anybody is interested, I did post all of the amendments on the county's website under today's meeting. So if you didn't want to look at them with the papers that we just gave you, you could do it online too.
Recording in progress.
Let's bring this budget hearing back to order. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move the leave of the body to take amendment number 3 ahead of amendment number 2.
Motion made and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. Carried. Are we ready? Okay. Our first resolution, 276-10-2023. Get the right one here. Amendment appendix section entitled ARPA/Spirit Fund. The Winnebago County Board, be it resolved by the Winnebago County Supervisors that it hereby amends the 2024 Winnebago County General Budget so as to add under appendix separate tab entitled ARPA/Spirit Fund to include the January 10th, 2023 agenda item report, amended resolution 167012023, and accompanying the Winnebago County ARPA/Spirit Fund allocation planning document to the 2024 executive budget. Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Corporation Counsel and Finance Director and Administration for help in perfecting this amendment. Mr. Chairman, introducing amendment number 001 to append the section entitled ARPA/Spirit Fund to enhance financial transparency to our executive budget, for which we are responsible for to make amendments. This action emulates Sister Brown County, which has included ARPA information within their 2024 budget.
This is seconded by Supervisor Powers. Any discussion? Not seeing any lights. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, say nay. Carried. Amendment number 3, adding $168,792 to the miscellaneous and unclassified budget. No, we switched. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of amendment number 3, part of Resolution 276-10-2023. I think we've had plenty of discussion on this issue. Hopefully you've all made your decision. So let's see where we stand.
And it was seconded. Not seeing any lights on. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. I should just go by machine.
You decide now before I hit the button.
Let's go by machine just to make sure if somebody switches their votes back. Those that were in favor of number 3, push your button A. If you don't want to have number 3, push nay. George votes no.
Okay. I lost it.
We know that, you don't have one yet. We know his vote already. And that passed. What?
May I request roll call votes for the remainder so we don't have to keep shouting?
Okay. A lot faster, but okay.
Not for me. I'd rather have a roll call vote.
Okay. We're going to be roll call from now on. Okay, number 2, removing $168,792 from the planning and zoning budget. Who's going to do that? Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for approval of amendment number 2 for approval.
And that's seconded by Vice Chairman Gabbert. Roll call vote, so you'll have to vote on your machines. If you're in favor, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. And that passes. Amendment number 4, adding $20,000 to the Fair Association and miscellaneous and unclassified. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll move for approval of amendment number 4.
That is seconded.
Explanation, if I might, as the county exec explained previously, we were appropriating $100,000 to the Fair Association. I understand his position on removing it, but I suggest to the body that the Fair Association is addressing the same inflationary issues as everybody has. So I don't think I'd want to put them in a difficult position in the future. So I move to add the $20,000 back to the Fair Association.
So vote on your machines. If you're in favor of adding $20,000, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. that passes. Amendment number 5, lowering the 2024 budget of the Public Health Department by $21,164. Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I so move amendment number 5 to the budget.
That is seconded by Supervisor Gabbert.
So just some background on this. This is, I unfortunately am unable, per Corporation Council and per state statutes, I cannot actually specify a position here. But this is very much an answer to the county's pay increase across the board. I know that a lot of other supervisors here had some issues in regards to raises provided to the the department heads, and I think we all agree that we wanted to provide raises for the grunts that work out in the highway department and those that work in the parks department and the lower level employees. That makes perfect sense. Some of the raises that we provided for our department directors were definitely eyebrow raising to me. And in the specific example for the public health director, that was over a 20% raise. I looked at the public health director salary for both Rock County and Racine County and Kenosha County, and they maxed out. Again, they maxed out at $120,000 a year. So I looked at the public health director's salary for 2024, and that was, over 130 a year. And so this is, this is just basically to temper, with the intention to temper the raise given to the public health director. Keep in mind that obviously the public health director can take a look at this and still give himself a raise and just basically remove $21,164 from the salary, wages and salary there. That's up to the public health director's purview. But if this were to specifically reflect in the public health director's salary, keep in mind that we would still be giving the public health director an 8% raise if this were to pass today. And the public health director were to apply this reduction in wages and salary to his annual salary. So we would still be giving an 8% raise to the public health director, which is actually more in line to the raises that were provided for other department heads. So this was my intention with the budget amendment. Like I said, I cannot actually single out a particular position per state statutes, but I wanted to verbalize and explain this to other supervisors that this is my intention. Thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The time to make this adjustment would have been when the county board considered the compensation plan. We had a list of the pay grades and the positions, and we were told exactly what the ranges were going to be for every position. This board went ahead and passed that. Administration executed the plan that this board passed. And now we're mad about how it went. We need to reject this because we already gave administration the go-ahead on this plan. What's more, this resolution should be thrown out as it doesn't make any sense. There are multiple object codes that are associated with every dollar of wages. FICA Medicare, health insurance, dental insurance, workers' comp, unemployment comp, Wisconsin retirement. None of those are added in here. Every one of those object codes should have had an associated reduction if there's going to be $21,164 removed from regular pay. The amendment doesn't make sense. It is wholly incomprehensible with the role of this board and should be rejected. Thank you.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My questions have been answered. Thank you.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Colby, and I think that if you've taken a look at both the slotting issues and the compensation package properly and voted on it, you should be voting this down. I will be voting against it.
Supervisor Nichols.
I'm not sure who my question should be directed to, but it might be human resources, it might be corporate counsel. The compensation study and pay plan was approved by the county board, and I recall the executive reporting to us that changes had been made and incorporated. So as Supervisor Defferding explained his objective here, I'm curious as to whether or not the appropriate compensation has already been allotted to the public health director, and so this resolution would essentially be a pay cut and have him earning less than he is today.
As Supervisor Defferding referenced, under the case of Lipscomb versus Abel, you cannot target a certain employee and say, I want your salary to be reduced by a certain amount, because, again, going back to the resolution that passed, and I'm glad Director Havik is coming up, and I believe it passed in April, maybe in March? In March. That was all of the reslotting, and it was brought before the board, there were presentations, and the board passed that resolution. Supervisor Defferding indicated that when I told him, again, you cannot target an individual based on the case law, he still wanted to have the budget reduced by about $21,000.
Yes, and his explanation targeted an individual, so let's just be clear about that.
And to answer your question, those raises went into effect for most employees in April of this year and a handful in March. So all adjustments based on the compensation study are in place today.
Thank you. Thank you for answering that question. And I could not have said it better than Supervisor Schellinger stated it. If you did not understand the compensation plan as presented, then that's on you. And this board passed it, and it is our job to move forward as a board. Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with Supervisor Schellinger as well. This was not fleshed out. They're cutting salary, but if you notice the next page with adding a position for the sheriff, they labeled 15 items that were going to be increased based on the various benefits that position would have. This is just cut the salary, don't cut any of the benefits. This has not been fleshed out, and I'm voting against it. Thank you.
Supervisor Defferding, your second time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be very quick here and concise, and this will be the last time I'll speak on this. But just to answer some of the objections here. So to respond to Supervisor Nichols, yes, that is on me. That's on all of us here. That's on all of us as supervisors. That's certainly something that we need to do better moving forward. And we'll take 100% accountability for that. But at the same time, I get the notion that everyone says, well, we voted on this, this is finalized. I will principally disagree with that. This is the time for us to make these budget amendments, and this is very much what a supervisor does, is take a look at wages and salaries, and we can still make amendments today on this. So it's not finalized, it's not done, and it won't be until the end of this, until we finally put this budget to a vote. That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Nichols, your second time.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Given that the corresponding object codes that would go with this are not presented, I move that this amendment be postponed indefinitely.
Second. Motion was made and seconded that this was postponed indefinitely. We need to vote on that? What is that, 2/3?
Postpone indefinitely. Still, you need a second? It can be debated, and it can't be, it's a majority vote.
Yes. Is it debatable?
She said debatable.
Yes.
Mr. Hanson?
I understand what's being said. Unfortunately, I do not want this board to continue its path of making motions and voting to postpone things simply because it becomes uncomfortable. Please vote yea, vote nay, abstain, and then send your vote to your constituents and fellow board members. Please don't get into the habit of just postponing when it's uncomfortable.
Okay, there's been a motion made and seconded. We'll vote on that now.
Voting on postpone. Indefinitely.
Making it indefinitely postponed. Supervisor Albrecht, before we vote.
My mind was wandering slightly.
That failed. So we're back on this. To delete $21,164 from the 2024 budget for the Public Health Department. Supervisor Gabbert.
I call the vote.
Okay.
And that's majority too, one question? Okay, this is on call the
I'm
question.
sorry, no, I'm sorry, call the question is 2/3.
Hold on.
All right. 2/3?
Yeah.
2/3 it takes to. So if you want to vote on your machines, vote A if you want to call the question, nay if you don't want to. That passes, so the question has been called.
Right, you're ready to vote then, right?
Yeah, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so if you're in favor of deleting $21,164 from the 2024 budget of the Public Health Department, vote A. If you are not in favor, vote nay.
Sorry. It failed.
And that failed. Okay. Amendment number 6, adding a detective position for the sheriff's office to be tasked to the Special Victims Unit to combat internet crimes against children, internet fraud, human trafficking, and other internet crimes. Supervisor Flom.
Mr. Chairman, I move to approve Resolution 27601-2023, Amendment Number 6, adding a detective position for the Sheriff's Office to be tasked to the Special Victims Unit to combat internet crimes against children, internet fraud, human trafficking, and other internet crimes.
And that is seconded by Supervisor Gabbert.
And just one more thing, this has been requested by the Sheriff. He spoke about it at length. I don't have anything else to add. I hope everybody votes yes.
Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I speak to this amendment and the next one, this is probably a very difficult position or question for me to take here. We have two different trains of thought. We have the position of our county executive, and I believe that was to add it at a later date, perhaps. And of course, the sheriff is proposing that we add it to the budget at this time. My conclusion is that As I look at the sheriff's budget, we are adding over $1 million to his budget, an increase to the budget. In addition to that, we have the outstanding negotiations with that department for an undetermined amount of money. It is my understanding we've set aside perhaps $1 million for those negotiations. So, and I've always supported the sheriff's requests, but in this case, at this point in time, I believe I have to support the position of the county executive. So, I'm sorry, Sheriff, but right now I just can't support it. I would maybe support it in January if you want to bring it back up as a special request, but I can't do it at this time. Thank you.
Supervisor Dowling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I very much appreciate that this resolution addresses our most vulnerable in our community. The only thing I wish I could change was I wish I would have been asked if my name could be on it as well. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move to table this amendment until after amendment number 13. And the reason is I want to amend this resolution or this amendment so that the money is coming from the S30 fund for Parkview Health, and in particular from fringe turnover savings account 51250. So if you look on page 341, you will see that the fringe turnover savings for Parkview employees is $2 million. The wage turnover savings is $2 million. Any department that you go to, you will see that fringe benefits will level out about 50% of what the wages carry. This item 51250 is bloated. It's bloated so much that I would like to reduce that by $1 million and to take that money and fund amendment number 6. But in order for the details to be worked out, we need the finance director to put the proper accounts for the proper amount of money. And so therefore, I'm looking for someone to table this so we can reduce the bloat on page 341. It's absolutely incredulous that they're asking for $2 million of wage turnover savings on $2 million on fringe turnover savings on $2 million of wage turnover savings. That's incredulous. Anybody going to second this so that we can take the money from where it's bloated?
Point of order. It's a second, so this is on the motion to table this amendment until after 13, right? The statements about why the money needs to be moved is irrelevant to this.
Do we have a second on that? That was seconded on Supervisor Nichols. Now, if you want to buzz in and then ask your questions, we can do that. Supervisor Hanson?
Mary Ann, if this is tabled, what would happen if this is tabled and then 13 fails? Does this just come back forward?
Yes, because
As
the
number
motion.
14?
Yeah, the motion would be to lay on the table, which means set aside temporarily until after 13. So then it would go on after 13.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
I call the question.
The question has been called. So if you're in favor of laying this over until after 13,
You gotta call the question first.
oh, yes. Calling the question.
Yeah, okay. Is there a second to calling? Okay.
Yes.
Somebody already did. Okay, so vote on call the question.
Okay, we're voting on calling the question. If you want to call the question, vote A. If you don't want to, vote nay.
We got it.
That passes.
So now we're on moving to table, so keep the motions. Now it's to table until after 13.
Now the motion is to go ahead and table it until after 13. So Amendment 6 to be tabled until after 13. Supervisor Nussbaum.
Right, yeah, I think,
I'm speaking on the next one.
Right.
And I'm going to cancel if nobody is voted on.
Right, I apologize, no more discussion, that's my fault.
okay.
You ready?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay, so if you're in favors, say, push A. If you're not, push nay.
This is lay on the table, right?
Lay on the table, correct. Till after 13. This is to lay on the table until after 13. And that failed.
So now we're back on that amendment.
So that failed, so we're back on the amendment number 6. Adding a detective position for the sheriff's office to be tasked to the Special Victims Unit to combat internet crimes against children, internet fraud, human trafficking, and other internet crimes. Now Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We had plenty of discussion on this. I call the question.
Question is, motion made and seconded.
It's 2/3.
You ready?
Now we are.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay, this will be 2/3. If you're in favor of calling the question, push A. If you're not, push nay. That passes.
So now we can vote.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
Okay. So, if you're in favor of amendment number 6, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. And that passes. Amendment number 7, adding a detective position to the sheriff's office to combat drug-related crime and keep communities safe. Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve resolution number 27610, 2023, amendment number 7, adding a detective position to the sheriff's office to combat drug-related crime and keep communities safe. This is for the MEG unit, for that position that was requested by the sheriff for an additional detective there. So I'm introducing this amendment here. I think the sheriff went over the merits of that position quite well, and I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
This is seconded by Supervisor Hens. Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This board is in a rush to shut everybody on this board up and make rash decisions. We just passed a resolution that had 2 line items talking about adding money to the same object code. Nobody got a chance to ask that question. That wasn't something that we were able to ask during the sheriff's presentation, during the county executive's presentation. This board has to settle in and listen to each other, answer the questions, and make good decisions for this county. So I'd like to ask the makers of the resolution on this amendment, number 7, why do we have lines 12 and 13 that both add money to the same object code?
Supervisor Plom.
So that was what was sent to me by Sheriff Motz's team, and that was sent to me by Captain Vendola. Could I allow her to come up and explain that line item?
If you would.
Yep.
Sheriff Motz. Are you ready, Sheriff?
Yeah. It will be reimbursement for the overtime. So there's 2 separate areas on overtime, on both of them, actually. One is a reimbursement through Alicia's law, the previous one. This one is for heroin investigations. So that's why it's separated out in 2 different expense codes.
I guess I'm not understanding how that comes out to be the same, or how that comes out to be 2 different expense codes, because they're both under overtime. Is it that you're tracking the overtime separately for like 2 different grants?
Yes, correct.
Was that the same as the previous one?
Because the previous one was the ICAC, which is, no? Wait a minute. Yeah, go ahead.
Second one should be 51108, which is comp time, which was left off, and it appears to be a mistake on the form that was used for new position requests, so I'm not going to blame the sheriff's office at all for that. It's on us, but it does appear just to be a typo. That should be comp time 51108, because that same amount is in that column on the original department request for the position.
I apologize.
For both positions, yeah.
Is that something on the, that we can just, amend? Yep. As that, or do we need a formal amendment to be amended?
Friendly amendment.
Okay. Then I will move to amend line 13, object number 511, or is it line 13 or 12, I guess that should be the.
Line 13 should be object 51108.
I will amend line 13 to be object 51108. 14.
No, it's 13.
No.
It's line 14 on Amendment 6, it's line 13 on Amendment 7.
Did you want to say it right, Colby?
I think I did. I move to amend line 13, object number 51105 to read object number 51108.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on this here? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. No. Ayes have it. Now we can go back to the lights that were on.
Hold on.
Yep. Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't necessarily agree that this one or the other resolution was rushed because these were actually addressed, and unfortunately, lack of communication from the county executive's office to the sheriff or JPS didn't happen. It was sprung at a very late date with no knowledge. In regards to the dollar amount that people are talking about, I will defend any day, all day, every day these two positions, especially this one. If the parents of the young kid that just passed away from taking what he thought was a recreational drug and had fentanyl in it, I'm fighting for you so that this doesn't happen in this county. So I'm going to defend every penny that's coming from this one and the other resolution.
Supervisor Ellenberger. Okay, Supervisor
Okay.
Barrow.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on this amendment, but also applied to the past amendment. You know, I see a board talking about the technicalities and whether it's worded correctly, et cetera. Do we delay, do we micromanage the executive branch? Look at the big picture. While we're having this discussion, tens of thousands of people are flooding across the border. Drugs are coming up in cars all the time into our county. This is a way to combat that. And again, the expression goes, while we debate, Rome burns. And with that, I think Amendment 7 is the right thing to do.
All right. Any other? Supervisor Ernst.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to point out that although this amendment indicates that the position is being created to combat drug-related crime, that I didn't really get a sense from the sheriff's presentation to what extent filling this role on the MEG unit is necessary to that mission. He explained that we haven't had a person in that role for a long time, but then also went on to explain that the unit itself has been successful in its mission. 40% of that coming from Winnebago County, but there was no specific discussion about why this one extra person in that unit would uniquely fix that problem. So as we're thinking about big picture, like causes and solutions of these issues, or we have to think about the big picture, so like validity of the solution as well as the big picture causes.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question is for Director Collard. And both this position and the one previously voted on are funded by a reduction to the unassigned general fund balance. That means that salaries and benefits would be paid from the unassigned general fund for 2024. And to continue to do that at the tune of, well, this year it would be about $300,000. Assuming raises happen the next year, it would be more. Obviously, it can't continue to be funded through the unassigned fund balance in a responsible manner, and would need to shift towards levy funding or other funding. So tell me if there are concerns that this board should be thinking about when funding these two positions beginning at roughly $300,000 through the unassigned general fund balance.
I would say that it's fairly arbitrary which expenses are funded through tax levy and which are funded through unassigned general fund balance. What really matters is the total. In other words, we could allocate the levy to these positions, but then we'd have to take away the levy somewhere else and allocate general fund balance. So it's fungible. It moves around. Usually we end up allocating the fund balance wherever it's simplest to account for that way. So it's kind of really the total of the levy plus the unassigned fund balance that's, in my mind, important. So again, in my mind, the question is, at what level can we safely and consistently use the unassigned general fund balance in a sustainable way to avoid reduction of our fund balance to the point where it's affecting our credit rating and so forth and becoming financially irresponsible. That, in my mind, is the question. So going into the budget process and discussions with the executive and other administrative managers, we focused on trying to keep that number to about $1.5 million because the fund balance has come down so much from where it is. And I know you say 25 million looks like a lot of money, but I am concerned about that number being about as low as we want it to get, because if we do end up with unassigned fund balance that's less than 1/6 of our annual operating budget, then the bond companies will look at us very differently. So we need to keep it above that level. On the other hand, there is some amount, which I believe it is sustainable to use of unassigned general fund balance, and that's because every year there is some money that is budgeted but not spent. So in my mind, when determining how much is sustainable, I know this is a long-winded answer, probably more than you asked for, but in my mind, you're kind of predicting how much money will really be unspent from the budget. Because if you over budget a little bit, but then don't spend by the same amount, you actually use that unassigned general fund balance. When the year-end calculations are done and the audit report is done. So that's my concern, is that we may be getting a little high there. If this motion is approved, we'll be at a little over 1.7 million in unassigned general fund balance. But it doesn't really matter which pot it comes from. It's really the total that matters.
Thank you.
Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, thank you, Mr. Chairman. My daughter and I lived under threat of someone who's the most wanted under the MAG Bureau, and she was a young mother with 3 small children, including a preschooler. I am voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Wasn't quite sure if I should speak on this or not, but I feel that I just have to explain my vote in this. I attended the opioid summit in Oshkosh, and I believe I was the only supervisor that was there. And I got to listen to the keynote speaker in regards to opioids. And I think that we have to remember the history of drugs and how and the nature of drugs and how it changed over the course of our history. It went from heroin, then it went to LSD, then it went to cocaine, then it went to crack, then it went back to heroin, and then suddenly it became meth, and now meth has turned into fentanyl, and now fentanyl is starting to turn into xylazine. I think we're missing the point in regards to the war on drugs. I think the war on drugs is a war on people. I think it's a war with good intentions. It is a war with good intentions. Keep in mind, I'm a sober person myself. I celebrated 6 years of sobriety this year. So I know the importance of how, thank you. I know the importance of how we should be sober, and we should look at trying to be a sober community here. But I think that if we escalate the war on drugs, it may turn into something that is not what it's intended to do. Now, the Sheriff's Department is taking some really good steps in the right direction. The STAR program, 100%, I'm applauding the Sheriff's Department on that, as well as Solutions Recovery. It really sounds like we're actually coming together as a community and realizing that we cannot arrest our way out of this situation. We can't arrest our way out of this situation. I look at drugs as like a hydra, as some sort of two or three-headed monster. The moment you squish down one head, another head arises. Perhaps two more heads arise. I think that we have to be careful on this. And I know that the Sheriff's Department is making some good steps in the right direction. I don't think this is the right direction to take, and so I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Okay, if you want to take your iPads, and if you're in favor of amendment number 7, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. And that passed. Resolution number 27610, 2023, amendment number 8, amend removing the proposal deputy director of the public health position. Supervisor Defferting.
I think this one was actually Supervisor Flom's budget amendment, so I'll give him the honor.
Your name's on top, but okay, Supervisor Flom.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve Resolution 276-10, 2023, Amendment Number 8, removing the proposed Deputy of Public Health position.
That's seconded by Supervisor Hintz.
And then if I just may go into my reasoning for this. I think right now in the county there's a lot of discussion about being top-heavy with our employees. From the budget discussions that we've had in the past few days, I am of the belief, as my co-sponsoring colleagues are, is that this is a position that is not needed at this time, and that is adding another administrative position when we should be focusing on the rank and file. Thank you.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Gearing, my question is for you. Thank you. You may have described what this position would be responsible for in your budget presentation, so forgive me that I have forgotten. It's been a whirlwind of a couple of days here. So once again, could you explain what this position would do and how it would function in the public health department?
Sure. It's a bit malleable. Obviously, we don't have the position yet, and certainly this is concept. There's a number of reasons why. One, I need additional support so that I can actually, attend and work with community partners to the extent that the health department needs to. We accomplish a lot more working with our community partners than working in a silo, and this is a way to help with that engagement. It's also, creates a promotional opportunity within the health department. It also assigns a person to take over in my absence. And it also, helps us within the department, assure that we are, utilizing our strategic plan, that we're assessing our strategic plan, actually implementing that strategic plan, and really expands that capacity for us to engage and support partners, write grants, bring in more funding to the department. So, this was brought up last year. It wasn't in our budget request. It was an amendment on the floor. The county executive and I have had a chance over the last year to discuss this numerous times. We eliminated another position in the TO to offset the cost for this position. The position that was offset was a position with a salary of about $95,000 with wages and benefits. This one's about $140,000, so it adds about $45,000. So That's what it's for, that's how it's being paid for. And actually, I guess, also on the paying for, I talked earlier about what our funding looks like for the future and where those funds are coming from. The county executive, I discussed this position and agreed to fund it through grant funding, through infrastructure funding. And he asked me to cut funds in order to make this happen. And so the budget I brought to the county executive got cut in an agreement to, fund this position, and that's what we went with. So we cut the budget. It's a $140,000 position. It's offset by the loss of another position, and we cut the budget $70,000 after I submitted our budget to try to really make this a little bit more approachable and acceptable to the county board. Our total budget levy is only $18,000 increase for the whole year. So we're really not asking the county board to make an investment in order for this position to be in the budget.
So this position is grant funded?
Essentially, yes. I mean, obviously we've got, we braid funds. We don't have, there are some positions that are straight out of grant, right? Like all of our WIC positions, it's a federal grant. But then we have lots of other funding sources that, we braid together in order to accomplish our objectives. And it's really difficult to assign those out. But yes, essentially this position is funded, by grant dollars, and we're not asking for any more levy to support it.
Okay, so it's not a levy-supported position, and grant dollars are an example of our tax dollars being brought back to this community and put to work for us. Would this position be public-facing out in the community?
Yeah, internal and external. Internally, in terms of really helping assure that we've got the continuity of operation between our divisions that we want, that we're following the strategic plan, that we're, being accountable with, our evaluation of those programs, and then outward facing and working with partners and creating additional opportunities for our community partners and for, more funding exploration. The Community Health Improvement Plan is going to be coming out next year. That will provide the entire community some guidance around priorities that we need here in Winnebago County. And we're working on that jointly with 4 hospital systems and 5 health departments across 3 counties to try to really coordinate our efforts in public health. This position will help with the implementation of that Community Health Improvement Plan.
So this person will be out in the community talking with other stakeholders?
Yes.
And I learned something interesting over the course of the last few days, and that is how the health department and the sheriff's department are collaborating on this STAR program that I've been hearing so much about. So it's curious to me. It's so curious to me that we would, as a board, contemplate adding hundreds of thousands of dollars of positions to the sheriff's department and then cut hundreds, which will impact the levy at some point, and then cut positions from the health department which are not funded by the levy at all. And the comment was made yesterday or the day before about how this county board can do a lot to help with the overdose and suicide situation in Winnebago County. And I wholeheartedly agree with that. What I think is most important in that step is finding people before they encounter law enforcement, before they get to jail, before they die. And so yes, we can help by investing in public health and initiatives that reach people, young, old, families, those living alone. Loneliness is a huge driver for some of this. And we reach them in the early stages or before they've even engaged in harmful behavior by taking advantage of these sorts of initiatives and harm reduction efforts that save lives and prevent risky behavior, keep people out of jail, out of the criminal justice system, and hopefully lead to more positive outcomes. So, as stated earlier, for every dollar invested in public health, at least 2 are returned to the community. One last question for you, Director Guerin. The end of this resolution states that there will be an increase to the general fund balance. And you and I had a short conversation about how that's actually not true. Could you explain that, please?
Yeah, the health department, so, you know, if we want to make the assumption that these are levy dollars, then they would just be, you know, unapportioned, because we don't close out to the general fund. So it would be essentially a reduction in levy, and then those dollars would not be apportioned out to the communities that support the health department. In the case of grant dollars, you know, if we don't spend grant dollars, then we don't get reimbursed for them. So, you know, in this case, I don't know that there's really any, you know, net impact unless you're just going to decide that you want to just reduce the levy regardless of, you know, how the position's funded.
So reducing this amount of money from the health department budget will not result in an increase to the general fund balance, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes, and I'll just, you know, look for confirmation on that from.
That's a good point, and we hadn't considered that in drafting this amendment, I think, but the public health fund is a part of the general fund. So it would increase the general fund balance, but it's an assigned portion of the general fund, so it would not increase the unassigned general fund balance. It would increase the public health fund balance, but the county board could choose to transfer that out either as part of this budget or at a later time to use it in place of tax levy.
Thank you.
Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks for going over that. That was one of the concerns I have, that once again, this resolution isn't really, or this amendment isn't reflective of the way our budget is constructed. It doesn't actually do what it purports to do. This board and the administration continue to ask more and more of public health. This board has asked during this meeting on 2 occasions for public health to be more present in public-facing roles. We've heard from the executive about a desire for public health to be more collaborative, to be in the community, to tell their story more, to find more partners for the county to work with. To do this, we have to support the director. We have to support the administrative level if we want administrative functions to be done. We also have to have parity in the way we're constructing our departments. This is one of the largest departments that does not have a deputy. This is one of the largest departments that doesn't have a structural plan in place for succession. That was a big thing last year that one of our supervisors continued to ask about, succession planning. And we don't have that naturally in place in public health. This resolution should be rejected. We should give public health the resources that they need to do the things that they've been asked by this board and administration. Thank you.
Supervisor Eisen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, alls I have to say is that here is another example of the oppositional cabal stifling progress in Winnebago County. I urge my fellow supervisors to defeat this amendment.
Supervisor Ernst.
Thank you. I just have a comment about the math used in the amendment. So it specifies 140,574, and indeed the numbers listed in the different, or the amounts listed in the different items in the amendment add up to that amount. But then looking at page 58 of the budget in the table of organizational changes, the assistant or the deputy director position, according to this, in total is 144,75 with wages and fringe benefits. So I'm just trying to figure out where that $99 discrepancy comes from. in the interest of, reducing budget or not.
I think Director Collard is looking it up.
We'll move on to other comments.
Supervisor Hanson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm obviously in support of this amendment, striking this position. You can support your directors without increasing administration, especially at the cost of line-level employees. And as far as opposition, I guess that depends on how you vote. Whether you vote yea, I guess the noes oppose you. If you vote no, the ayes oppose you. That's just what it is.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just two comments. The first is, I think from a logical point of view, we have to be consistent. And we heard comments with the sheriff's office about how that is unsustainable because it's going against the unassigned. Now, we're now talking about putting in a permanent position using a temporary grant fund. I guess I'm concerned about that, and I would like to know what the plan would be if this grant fund dries up for whatever reason. I know where it would go, because this is a position that once it's there, it's there, because it's baked into the bureaucracy. So just to be consistent, as we think about that, we should be using that same logic in all of these cases. And the last is, I just take issue with the fact that if someone has a differing point of view on whatever, that we call names. This is not the first time we've heard this cabal thing. I would love just to have a debate on something without having someone call someone else a name. So, thank you.
Supervisor Hintz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the first day of this budget process, we sat and listened to a very good explanation of priority-based budgeting. We also heard from Dr. Topol's mouth about how Health and Human Services have a lot of overlaps. I would argue that the drug aspect of it would fall into Human Services. And I think that that's pretty much where they are, especially with the people that they deal with in these protected homes and these children that are being taken out of homes because of that and other situations. There's a definite overlap here, and we do have priority-based budgeting coming forward, and if there is need for a deputy, we will see that in the priority-based budgeting. I think we're putting the cart ahead of the horse a bit by doing it where we haven't waited for the priority-based budgeting to have its say. We've put other things on the back burner because of our facilities inspections, and I don't see this as any different. Priority-based budgeting is going to work itself out, and we are going to have people put in the right places, the most efficient places, and we are going to use our money the best way we possibly can because we're going to put it where it's supposed to be, and we're not going to have the redundancies anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Bender.
I will be supporting it. We have the grant money today. The grant money might be there for 5 years, might be there for 10 years. While it's here, we might as well use it. We can worry about it when the grant runs out, how we're going to fund it. We just funded 2 police officers that were taken out of the general fund. This isn't going to cost us a dime. You know, and if we don't use the grant money, somebody else is going to spend it. So it's like we turn back the money for the fentanyl boxes where you could go and get something to save one of your loved ones if they were overdosing. We didn't take the money from the CDC because we thought that came with strings attached to it. In the 7 or 8 years I've been on this county board, we only turned back 2 grants. Why would we want to give money back? It cost us nothing to take this. This position is fully funded. it's silly. I mean, it's like if somebody was gonna help you do your housework or your yard work, and you would say, well, no, I don't want that, because I don't know, I may not get the money next year to pay you. You would take that person today and worry about the money next year. We don't have to worry about it today, we got the grant money. Let's put the position in the health department so we get the use out of the person this year, and we'll worry about how we fund them next year.
Supervisor Ellenberger. Supervisor Barrow.
Two comments. One is, you know, I've heard comments about the position being a bit malleable. And there's some ambiguity around what it is, which tells me if you have an immediate need, you know what the position does. Secondly, a cardinal rule of strategy is structure, follow strategy. As a board, you're talking about doing priority-based budgeting and strategy next year. The structure should follow. If you're talking about combining two departments potentially, why would you hire additional people at a high level that you may have to do something different with down the line? I would strongly suggest deferring this and not, and accepting the proposal as put forward.
Supervisor Challenger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Guerin, this was a position that you thought about and had a conversation with the executive about for the 2023 budget, correct?
We discussed it in 2023 and didn't include it.
Yeah. And this board had a discussion, somebody on the board, I don't think it was me, had a discussion with you about that choice point. And I remember you said, yes, you're stressed, yes, you can't get to everything, but so are all of your employees. And you wrestled with that choice, and you chose last year to prioritize those other positions. And that's right, correct?
Essentially, yes.
Yeah. And we did hire a couple of other, we added a couple of other positions. How has that affected your role as the leader of a department to have more people?
We get done what we can, right? We don't have the capacity to do what we want to do and what we would love to see happen in this community. You know, we take a look and create a future state of, you know, what are the priorities for our department, what strategically is going to help us the most in the future, and then add those positions as those opportunities arise. We wait many years in some instances to add a position. We waited 5 years until the pandemic to add an epidemiologist position, and we really wanted it way before that. And so yeah, I mean, there's definite discussion and thought that goes into this. You know, when we talked about this position again for this year, you know, we knew that there was probably going to be some debate amongst this body about it. And you know, we came in with a budget not asking for any additional money to make it happen. So, you know, we tried to find a way to make this work and not increase levy in the process. And so I'm asking you to trust me as a director about what are the resources that we need in our department to accomplish our objectives. And, you know, this is where I'm at right now.
Thank you. And then, as you had your conversations this year with administration, did you talk about the structure of the public health department? Did you talk about what was around the corner, what would be happening in the future, and whether or not this was the right structure for the department?
We discussed what the funding sources are that are currently in place, what the funding sources are that are coming forward in the future. You know, so a big support for this position is infrastructure grant funding. That's a 5-year source of grant funding, you know, that we're, you know, implementing for the first time over this next budget period. So, yeah, I mean, this is intentional.
Thank you.
Supervisor Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, I have 2 questions for Director Collard. That'd be okay. Just to further understand this, so is it the case then that if this amendment is, if it passes, that we lose out this money entirely? It's an all or nothing proposition.
Not sure I follow. You're talking about the grant revenue?
Correct.
I don't know that there's any grant revenue that would be directly at risk if this weren't approved. I don't know that. Director Guerin would have to answer that
Right,
question.
because usually that's tied in the budget, correct? So I would have to look at a revenue line and see that decrease?
Well, we would have to look at the revenue line, but they're not as well tied as we might like it to be in the budget. In other words, it's hard for even me to look at the budget and say, here's a revenue line, here's an expense line, and here's how they're connected. You know, in some departments, I happen to know how they're connected. Other grants, it's less obvious, so that's why I think Director Guerin would have to say to what extent revenue would be at risk if the position were eliminated and that expense not incurred.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right, actually, that answers my questions.
Supervisor Harris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess I've been quiet, but I've been sitting back and listening, and I guess being on the health board and spending a lot of time with the director, I guess I used to look at it one way, like a lot of you are looking at now, and I still say debate is really important. We have debate, but I've looked at the health department a lot different than I did when I started. When I started, a lot of people had, you know, zeros on this poor guy on everything he did, but it was a pandemic stuff. It was other reactions, CBC, all this stuff. But I was like that when in the back too. I can remember when we had this grant that we acknowledged and didn't take. I was part of that. But now as I look back and see and getting to know him and spending time with him, he has worked a lot, okay? And he needs to get out there. I think the public has a wrong idea of what he does and what the health department does. And I think we're making a mistake by trying to cut this out. What was the position that the $95,000 came from that you cut?
The position that we're eliminating in this budget was a health programs evaluator position.
Okay.
And so, I mean, through changes in, you know, our structure and needs and funding sources, that we eliminated that position, and, you know, that's reflected as an offset for the table of organization in our labor budget.
Okay, there's that and the grant. And I think they've tried this, we've had this brought up a couple times. And it's the kind of a thing is I think our structure, we need a little bit of help to get this message out. And I don't think we should be looking at it as bad as a department. We don't need this. We're maybe going to combine the two together. I think we have to look and respect that he's doing his job, but he needs help to do his job. And from what I see is, and sometimes it's personality, sometimes the department comes across, but I think another fresh face in there will help a lot to change this a little bit. And I think the department is doing a great job. I hear it all the time, every meeting I went to, and he had the opportunity, we're discussing more things. And I think it's, again, when we talk about debate, you jump the gun real quick and say, well, this and this. But I did that when I first campaigned, and now I'm thinking of it a little bit different, that I think I trust you, I trust what you're doing, I think you need a little bit extra help, and I think by cutting this out would be a slap, because twice they tried, and we talk about it, but I think it's something we need to help the health department be better understood, plus the grants, there's tons of grants out there that I think the opportunities would help. This would help us a lot, so I would say we shouldn't pass this, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Director Guerin. Bigger is not always better. Free isn't always free. People have rights to lead their own lives. I'm not saying anything that you're trying to control people, but I think we need to get back to the idea that we don't always need to be instructed and guided and influenced. And I feel like I hear a lot of growth and all of that, but some of us are concerned about that. And I know that when I knocked 500 doors for my campaign, and it was right at 11:08, that was a big deal. And that hasn't gone away. And it's okay to question. It's okay to limit government. Thank you.
I was just wondering if a solution had been reached to my query. Also, I'd like to say that, like, community outreach is not government control of lives, nor is it like government power overreach. Particularly when we come to talk about public health, that's the way that people get services. Getting people services that we have been shown actually saves them is more important than abstract claims about limiting power. Director Collard.
Yes, I have found the source of the discrepancy. The numbers in the motion, I believe, are correct in terms of correctly representing the current amounts in the budget provided for that position. The amount on page 48, the fiscal summary of table of organization changes, is $99 lower. I believe that's because that table was prepared using the new position request form submitted by the departments. And this one in particular, I checked, was submitted in late July. On October 1st, the state gave us the new rates for the retirement system contributions. The rates were slightly higher than we had projected. Therefore, we amended the actual budget numbers, didn't go back and correct the new position request forms. So that's the source of that slight discrepancy.
Bill, I just have one question. Am I correct in saying that, or hearing that this is completely paid for through a grant? This new position?
There isn't, I mean, it's a difficult question to answer by you saying, yes, this grant is covering this position. I mean, there's a lot of flexibility in how we apply our funding. I could confidently say that we're not asking for any more levy for this position. And so we're not applying or any new levy funds to fund it. I mean, we're coming in flat. And so, you know, we use a combination of levy funds and grant funds to fund all our positions and, you know, all of the contracts that you heard about earlier. So, you know, yeah, I mean, our discussion is about how do we want to bring this position in? How can we fund it? And we talked about applying the infrastructure grant funds to it, and you know, reduced our budget at the same time. And so, I mean, yeah, a lot of our work is, you know, is covered through grant funding. There's only, you know, so many positions that are exactly tied to a single funding source. So it gets a little complicated when we have, you know, dozens of funding streams coming in and overlapping, you know, positions that work in more than one.
I just heard a lot of them say, well, this don't cost us anything, it's going to be grants.
Yeah.
So there isn't all just grants going to pay for this position. I mean, the grants supposedly will come together, but it's not just a grant thing.
Mm-hmm.
Here you go for this position.
I mean, I have to come back to you every year, right? If our funding changes, if you cut our levy, if we have less grant revenue, I still got to figure it out. And if, you know, we can't afford something, then we have to eliminate it. And, you know, and you get this annual check-in on that to see, you know, what are we including in our budget for the next year? And so it's never far out of reach for you, because every single year you get a chance to, you know, take a look at what positions we're looking to fund and, you know, what the revenue sources that are covering it.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Doug, you said the elimination of another position at 95,000 plus the benefits and everything would offset this. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we removed that position from the TO, put this position in, and that position is currently vacant. So, you know.
And this is a grant.
Pardon me?
This is a grant. You were working on a grant that would cover.
We have grant funding that will cover it. I mean, it's in the budget. We submitted this, you know, as our department budget, went over it with the county executive. I mean, we have it figured out in the budget.
Doug, we wasted a lot of time. I'm sorry, Julie and Betsy and Jim, but I'm going to call a question and get this thing done with now. Second?
This is how we call the question.
favor of calling the question, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. That passes. Question has been called, so now we're back on the resolution. We're removing the proposed deputy director of the public health. In the amount of $140,574, deleted from the 2024 budget. If you're in favor of that, vote A. Now, if you're in favor of deleting it, you vote A. If you're not, vote nay.
That's not right. If you're in favor of deleting it, you don't vote A. If you do not want to remove the director position, you vote no. I'm against removing it.
If you're in favor
That's what he said.
of deleting them, $140,000, $574, you vote A. If you're not in favor of doing that, you vote nay.
If you support the resolution, you vote A. If you don't, you vote nay.
If you support the resolution, you vote A. If you don't support the resolution of getting rid of the money for them, you vote nay. That passed by majority vote.
By one.
We're on to amendment number 9, lowering the 2024 Public Health Department budget by $245,480. Supervisor Depperding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I so move amendment number 9.
And it's seconded by Supervisor Dowling.
And, I speak on this? Thank you, Mr. Chair. This, to explain where this is coming from, this is, it started out with looking at the accountant for the Public Health Department. And the accountant is it's one of those where it states new, but it's not necessarily new, and my colleague can certainly answer to that. But this is simply to try to be as efficient as we can for our taxpayers here at Winnebago County. I asked Doug Guerin the question of, if you were not to have an accountant, would you be able to handle or pass some of those roles over to my Collard's department? Keep in mind, we did actually increase staff for that. And specifically, their role is to handle that money coming in from grants, whether that be from the opioid settlement and also from ARPA. This is something where we have to make sure that we're not providing there isn't a redundancy in jobs. And so we want to make sure that we're being as efficient as we can. So with that position, as well as a couple other positions in the administrative role too, this is where that total comes from. And I also want to talk about how we are looking at priority-based budgeting for 2024. And so we don't want to, in the midst of that, start growing a silo and in a time when we're trying to break down silos. So I think we really need to push the brakes on this. And this is my intention with this, is to make sure that we're not growing a department when we're looking at how to be as efficient as we can for 2024. So this is the reason why. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the supervisor's comments missed the boat as to what's happening with accounting, with finance, and public health. Currently, there is an accounting associate position. the budget called for moving that position, deleting that position, and hiring an accountant, a higher level position, to do a higher level function within the same work stream. This is the process that the administration has set up. This is a process that the administration has set up in multiple departments in a very consistent fashion in the departments that have specialty accounting applications, whether it's because of grants, because of compliance, or what have you. It is not the board's role to decide how the accounting is done. That is a question for the administration to decide and orient themselves. What's more, this position, this amendment, as previous ones, fails to understand the basics of our budgeting. Again, it's deleting money from wage lines that should have associated FICA, Medicare, health insurance, dental insurance, workers' comp, unemployment comp, and Wisconsin retirement costs associated with it. So it proposes to delete those wages without deleting those benefits. Doesn't make sense. Reject this.
Any other lights on? If you're in favor of this amendment, vote A. If you're not, vote nay. That passed 18-15. Number 10, reducing the county executive budget for regular pay wages from $14,987, or by $14,987. Supervisor Hampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for Amendment 10, please.
Seconded by Supervisor Powers.
Thank you. The reason, I actually stated the reasons over the course of the day of why this, and that's why this amendment is being put forward.
Supervisor Challenger.
Should have recorded my last statement. But this doesn't make sense. Again, there is no associated reduction in FICA, Medicare, health insurance, dental insurance, workers' comp, unemployment comp, or Wisconsin retirement. If we're going to go around messing with this budget, we should at least get our mistakes right. We should reject this because it doesn't make sense.
Supervisor Nichols.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would appreciate an explanation from Supervisor Hanson or any of the other signees on this resolution.
I guess define the question, because I've stated the position throughout the day. I'm sorry, I can't hear.
If you'd like to have you state them again, please.
Yeah, there's been a heavy increase in administration. There's a heavy increase in wages to administration at the cost of line item employees. And that's why this is coming forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I signed on to this partly because I became aware of what some of the directors are making as far as their salary. And I just feel that this was my small part in doing something to justify other expenditures. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, the compensation plan was passed by this county board, by the majority of this county board, and enacted by administration. And that is reflected in this budget. It's unfortunate that some folks didn't understand exactly what was in there. And I know that plenty of votes have been taken on this county board since my time here that I have not agreed with, but once the vote is taken, the body moves forward together. And this is one of those instances where, you know, I didn't agree with everything that was in the compensation plan. I supported it, though, because it was a really a matter of retention and, you know, at least being somewhat comparable to the market. And it's time to move forward with that together. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, absolutely. I owned up previously when I said I didn't ask the right questions, and I don't think it was made clear on the floor exactly what we voted for, but yep, on me. In moving forward, this is the corrective action that can be taken through the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm not going to comment specifically on this, but just the comment that was made when, excuse me. Sorry. About the comment regarding once something is passed that we have no recourse to reevaluate decisions that have been made previously. I think that is a dangerous precedent to set. I agree that once we make a decision, we do have to get behind that decision. However, we should remain open-minded enough to reevaluate things that we have decided previously and make sure that it is the right course of action. We can go down a very dangerous path if we just say, well, that's what we agreed to and that's what we're going to do, regardless of the situation that presents itself in a current time. So I just want to make that point that we should reevaluate the decisions that we make to make sure that it's the right thing to do at that given time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I should admit that I originally signed on to this resolution because I found certain increases with certain individuals in the administration were somewhat shocking. However, with further discussions with our Corp Counsel and others, it's determined that you cannot address a individual's salary, as our Corp Counsel has pointed out. So I withdrew my name from this resolution because I don't believe it's going to accomplish what the concern is. So I withdrew it then, and I don't believe I'll support it now. Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do agree the same way. It's just that we did vote on the passing of the increase, which I thought was a great thing from 2016 to the pay. But I kind of get the feeling, not saying names or nothing, but it seems that it comes out that we picked on all the study and we picked 2 or 3 people that we feel are getting more money because it came out that way. Is it fair that we shouldn't be going through everyone then to be the same and say who else got more money than they should? What percentage did they get? But instead we kind of zero in on certain areas and we're trying to, you know, penalize the division for that without saying the name or who it is. It's over with. We did that. It was the best thing we ever did by doing the increase. But I don't know why we would have to bring it up because of certain people we think got more. Otherwise, we might as well go back through and let's look at all the other people that maybe got more percentages. Have we? Or have we just zeroed in on a couple of people that we think shouldn't get it? I think this is unfair. It's something we already voted on. We should man up and agree that we made a decision. Yes, we can in the future look at it and see what we did. This is not going to end because the increases are going to be coming that we were talking about before. But I just get the feeling underlying that it's more like zeroed in on some people rather than we just accept and did it. And if we think that somebody got unfair, then I think we should look at the whole pay plan and you can see it. But that's not fair. We already agreed to do it. We did the best thing we could. I think it's done. And I don't think we should be debating it back and forth on certain people. That's it.
Yeah, I just wanted to address, there's comments about we should have done our jobs better. I've tried to do my job all along. I've reached out and asked questions about wage studies, things like that. This is not anything personal towards one person. I support all departments, all employees. And I just want to say that when it comes down to formulas, however, that there is no subjectivity, and that I wish there was, because I just, that is concerning for me. I ask that you please vote yes. Call the question, please.
Some of you might not agree with me, but we've let all the other department heads that want to speak come up and speak. So if the county executive would like to come up and say anything about this, I'm going to let him. I'm not going to let him debate, but if he wants to say anything on this. Yes, no, okay. So no. Why shouldn't he? The rest of the department's got to, so, but he said no, you want to.
We don't have to call the question because there's no other calls.
There's no okay, so if you're in favor of this, go ahead and push A. If you're not, push nay. And that failed. All right. Amendment number 11, adding a part-time administration association 3 position to the county clerk's department and modifying the table of organization to reflect the position. Supervisor Wise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is concerning resolution number 276-102023, adding a part-time administration associate 3 position to the county clerk department and modifying the table of organization to reflect the position. We talked about this at great lengths and felt that the county clerk's department was being stretched very thinly, and I will support this as soon as I make I'd like to bring this resolution to the floor, 276-102023.
That's seconded by Supervisor Powers. Supervisor Gephardt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will vote in favor of this. 2024 is an election year. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also in favor of this. I just want to make sure, was this a position that you had requested, or is it something that just came up as we were talking through your budget?
It just came up through budget.
Okay. Could I ask one more question of County Clerk? Thank you. Do you believe that this will help you?
Yes.
Truthfully?
Yes.
Okay. It will?
Yes.
It will help you?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to vote in favor of this. It was suggested maybe she could get some part-time help during elections, but you can't do that. Elections, the people who work on those things need to be vetted. You just can't pull somebody off the street and have them help with elections. So I'm voting yes, she needs help. Thank you.
Not seeing any other lights. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed say nay. Carried.
I already hit the voting button, so if everybody could still vote.
You hit the voting button, my mistake, so you gotta push A if you're in favor of it, no if you're not.
I can reach all these numbers, 96,077.
You still gotta vote on your machine, because she pushed the button. That passes.
It was an existing position.
All right.
We took it out.
Amendment number 12, reducing the county executive budget for temporary employee wage by $10,000. Chairman Ferry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me start by, I move for approval of amendment number 12.
Seconded by Supervisor Stara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My logic here is somewhat simplistic. If you look in your budget book, the county exec hired at least one, perhaps two temporary employees, which is really a good thing. They're helping in his office. And oh, you can? Okay. Where do I gotta start? Okay, well, I think we have it on the floor. My logic behind this is the county executive has, during this budget, hired one or two temporary employees. In the budget book for this year, he had $7,500 budgeted for that purpose. For the 2024 budget, he's requesting $25,000 in that line item. I'm thinking that might be a little excessive because it's like over 3 times what he worked with in 2023. So I propose to reduce that back down to $15,000, which still allows him twice as much in 24 that he had available in 23. Did I explain that reasonably well? Huh? 7,500 it states. Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to ask the county executive, but I believe, isn't this for his internships, if I'm not mistaken?
Yes, that's correct.
And if he could give just a little bit, I'd love to hear from you just a little bit on the increase. Nope. I can't ask?
I can say that, you should know.
Oh, Mike?
Mike is gonna answer, I guess, for.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Everybody's repeating themselves today. This, if I'm not mistaken, this temporary amount was for internships, right?
Yes.
And can you just explain briefly the increase? Because didn't it include multiple departments?
We've
for
had,
some reason?
in the past, shorter-term internships. And, it might just be for a summer or something where there's a student. We currently have a person, you might call an intern, he doesn't like to be called that because we're calling him a temporary project administrative associate 3 because he wants to stay for a longer term. And it's working out very well, he's being very useful, and so to keep him all year would result in an increase over what the prior budgets have been.
Thank you for explaining that.
Gosh, I was gonna pose this because I thought the money was for true internships. Realizing that it's another position, I'm fully in support of Supervisor Fari's amendment. I will be voting to delete this $10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know, I guess I'm looking back to 2022's actual, which is actually over $7,500. And we're not going to get an answer on why that was for that year, but just knowing that it went over the $7,500 that year, that kind of pulls me back to, I could support taking this down to 20,000, but I don't think we need to take it down 10,000 because just 2 years ago they already spent more than the 7,500 that they spent this year. So I'm a little torn on this one.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm also torn on this one as well. To be honest, I applaud the fact that this is a temporary position. I've been a little hesitant on supporting these permanent positions that we're funding. This one is a temporary, so we can use it as more of a flex position as well as with the intern. So yeah, I am also leaning towards not supporting this, even though I was originally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Math is not my first subject, but I will say if the year before it was 7,500 and the request this year is 2,500, taking it down to 10 puts it at 15, which is still, in that case, double what it was before at the 75. Going up to 15, it's still double. I think I'm voting yes to reduce this by 10,000. Thank you.
Supervisor Isaac.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. you know, micromanage is micromanage. An amendment is amendment. But if you want to attract a knowledgeable and competent temporary intern for our administration, for the county executive, you will defeat this amendment. Because go out and see what the marketplace is asking for a competent administration intern.
Supervisor Stafford? Supervisor Stafford?
No. Sorry.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
One more clarification. If I'm not mistaken, this temporary worker also goes into both departments? Like yours and the county executive?
No, the full-time permanent administrative associate 4 is shared so that half-time in the executive half-time Department of Administration. The position now we're talking about, the temporary position, is just in the county executive's office.
Thank you, thank you.
Supervisor Gabbard?
Just a quick note for everybody. We had a intern at the airport this summer, 11 grand. If there would have been a job, she would have taken it. She said this seemed like a wonderful county to work for. So we didn't use all of that 11, and she graduated from college and got a job out in Vermont. But she would have worked here in a heartbeat. So the internship does work. So if we did 11, they should be able to do 15.
Not seeing any other lights. If you agree with reducing the county executive's budget by temporary employee wage by $10,000, signify by, or not signify, go ahead and push your button A. If you're not, push nay. And that passed 21-11. Amendment number 13, now everybody don't get up and run away right away because there's another amendment being typed right now, so. We're just about done, but adding a part-time administrative association position to the Veterans Department and modifying the table of organization to reflect the position. Supervisor Challenger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will be speaking for a variety of people here who have worked together to come up with this. I move for approval of amendment number 13.
Seconded by Vice Chairman, or Vice Chairman, Supervisor Sarah.
This resolution is to hire a part-time administrative associate 3 for the Veterans Service Department. So Veterans Service has 2 offices, one in Oshkosh and one in Neenah. Currently, the Neenah office doesn't have an administrative associate. The Oshkosh one does. And so if somebody calls the Veterans Service office in Neenah, the person who's going to answer the phone is actually the Veterans Benefits Specialist. The person whose highest and best use is going to be actually working cases, trying to make sure that veterans get connected with due benefits. This position will allow the staff in Veteran Services to achieve higher and best uses of their time by having somebody dedicated to answering the phones. And one question did come up I want to preemptively address. This person would be able to get into the VA files and be able to support people more immediately. They're not just going to pick up the phone and pass that call off. They actually are a position that would be set up to do some of the immediate service addressment. That's what I have to say. Hope you approve it. Thank you.
Not seeing any lights on, we'll vote by machine. Vote A if you approve, nay if you don't. That passed, 30-1. All right, if you want to stand up and take a little stretch till we get that last paper here. I thank you all for sticking around today and getting this done. I'm sure you'll all thank me tomorrow morning.
Recording stopped.
Thought we had another resolution. As I said, stand up and stretch. Or sit down in there, I don't care.
Understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
Rolls in the back, there's soda, juice, everything. You might as well clean it up. We're not coming back tomorrow.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. TV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved.
Call you
Also
or
streaming
anything,
live and
or
on
any of
demand
the
at oshkoshmedia.org.
board members call you
and
that aren't
radio
here,
simulcast on
the
Oshkosh
Zoom
FM
meeting was
101.9.
cut because you heard that noise and they got hacked. So that's what happened. So it was ended right there when you heard that noise and that. So if any of your constituents or your board members, you hear that, we did for that cause. Bill Topol, but he's here now, so.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
So these should have said, shall be offset by
Because they gotta get it written right, and then they gotta, and then make copies.
The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly. The Winnebago County Board is currently in a break. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. This is GovTV, opening accessibility and understanding of local government, helping you to be informed and involved. Also streaming live and on demand at oshkoshmedia.org and radio simulcast on Oshkosh FM 101.9. Like us on Facebook at our Oshkosh Media page. For a schedule of all GovTV programming, visit our website at oshkoshmedia.org. Please stay with us. Coverage will resume shortly.
The check is not shown on his iPad. Do you see where it says to add? It's not shown here.
And I don't know how many others.
Well, we'll read it. We'll read it. We'll read it, so it'll be fine. Okay?
We're going to turn these in after class.
Because that's the one she shared right from the agenda.
Yeah, mine shows ad.
But his iPad doesn't show iPad.
Okay, the clerk is going to also read it, so those of you that don't have it or have your iPad with it, listen close. It's something that's been gone over before, but there is some corrections on it, so listen close.
Okay, I am going to read it line for line. So 2023 annual budget session to adopt 2024 annual budget. Resolution number 27610, 2023. Amendment number 014. Amendment adding $342,000 to regular pay for the Public Health Department to the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors. Be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it hereby amends the 2024 Winnebago County general budget so as to add $342,000 to the 2024 budget of the Public Health Department. The division department number is 052, object number 51100, amount $342,000 on page 295 of the 2024 Winnebago County budget for the purpose of adding $342,000 to the regular pay account in the Public Health Department to correct the reported public health levy and assigned fund balance applied. Be it further resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, usage that the amended increase in expense to correct the reported public health levy and assigned fund balance applied. Submitted by Kobe Skellinger, District 23, Ralph Harrison, District 31, Timothy Ernst, District 20, Doug Zelmer, District 22, Kay Haran, District 5, Chuck Fari, District 30. Vote required for passage, majority of those present.
So Corporation Counsel, you want me to make the amendments to 8 and 9 first?
Yeah, ideally.
Okay.
That would
So you can make the amendment and then explain it.
Okay, so I move to amend Amendment 8 such that lines 22 and 30 read increase to the public health fund balance. The public health budget does not close out to the undesignated general fund balance. So this resolution isn't really changing what people were intending with resolution, or with Amendment 8. It's just making sure that we're not drawing funds or putting funds into the wrong place, taking funds out of public health and putting them into the undesignated general fund.
Seconded by Vice Chairman Barry.
This is,
Supervisor Hanson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess based on what Supervisor Schillinger just said, I need further clarification. Because that's not how I'm reading this. And I'll just say that in the last hour and a half on some of the amendments that I brought forward, the argument was made. The vote happened, deal with it. So I'm calling out the dichotomy of this is a little ironic to me.
I think Mr. Collard can probably give you the explanation you're looking for as to why it goes back to, or why it would result in an increase to the public health fund. It's not. This isn't changing the outcome of the amendment at all. This is just making sure that we're doing the right thing. It's the way that the amendment was written and passed isn't consistent with the way that our county has set up its accounting principles. So I'll let Mr. Collard say a little more about why the public health fund is the appropriate fund to impact here.
The public health does have a separate fund, but it's also it's a general fund, so it's part of the general fund group. So the reason it has a separate fund is because there are 2 municipalities in the county that have their own health departments, namely the city of Appleton and the city of Menasha. So we can't tax Menasha residents or city of Appleton residents for our public health department because they're paying for their own, they shouldn't pay for ours. We don't provide them services. So that's why it's separate. We didn't think about that when reviewing these amendments, but generally when you both these amendments, this one, number 8 and number 9, decrease the budgeted expense in public health department, meaning they're going to spend less. If you spend less, that increases your bank balance, if you will. For the most part, when we do that in other amendments, it's affecting the unassigned general fund, which is kind of our general fund balance. We neglected to think about the fact that in public health, we have a separate checkbook, if you will, a separate account. And so instead of increasing the general fund balance, it increases the public health fund balance. There's nothing really special about the difference except that we eventually have to use public health fund balances to provide public health services in those communities that were taxed, not in the communities that were not subject to our health tax. So it's a fairly technical correction, but I think it's inappropriate to say it will increase the general fund balance because it won't. We can't do that with public health funds. So it will instead increase the public health fund balance by decreasing the amount of public health fund balance that we have to apply in the budget.
Okay, so just so I can get that clarification down to a T. Essentially, this number that was drawn up here was the total number. Now, if I'm saying this incorrectly, please interject. This number was the total of the 2 amendments that instead of going to the general fund is going to public health?
No, we've I think
because
caused
I'm
some
very
confusion.
confused
We started talking about Amendment 14, but then this motion relates only to Amendment 8 so far. So we're not talking about any total amount. We're just talking about on Amendment 8, the $140,574 for the deputy director position. That amendment was approved by the board, taking that position out, taking that expense out. My only point is that on that amendment, that won't actually increase the unassigned general fund balance as it says on the amendment. I just want to be clear about that. It will actually increase the public health general fund balance.
Okay. I think I get what you're saying. I just want to be clear. So that's for 8. So for number, and because that there's also number 9, 2, which passed.
Yeah.
So does that figure into number 14 at all? Because I want to know how you got this number.
Well, you'll have to talk to the supervisors proposing number 14. I think
Then I would like to ask the supervisors proposing 14 where they got
But
this
right
number.
now, we're talking about this motion to amend Amendment 9, or I'm sorry, Amendment 8.
I don't see that in front of me.
Okay.
I see Amendment 14. I don't see Amendment 8 under consideration, Director Collard.
Yeah. We've confused our process.
So just to clarify, the motion that Supervisor Skellinger made was to amend amendments 8 and 9, essentially for a housekeeping detail, because the increase is not to the unassigned general fund balance, because as Director Collard said, there is a public health fund balance. So yeah, there's going to be an increase, but that pot of money is not going to go to the unassigned general fund balance. It's going to go to the public health fund balance. So this is a Scrivener's error in 8 and 9, and that's what's trying to be rectified. The numbers are not, the board voted as it did. This is just as, again, essentially trying to fix the Scrivener's error. Well, we're not, can we do one thing at a time and then we can explain 14?
I don't have it in front of me. No one here has it in front of them.
Right, because there are no printers available to print. Well, the amendments have passed, but this is now an amendment to the amendment to, again, essentially take care of a housekeeping detail, because the increase would not be to the unassigned general fund balance. It would be to the public health fund balance.
I can't see how that's in order.
Oh, let me show you. So if you go, you do have the printed copy of 8, okay? So if we go to line 22, you will see it says, shall be offset by an increase to the unassigned general fund balance. Let me know when you get there. Okay. So what Supervisor Skellinger is suggesting is to change the words unassigned general fund balance to public health fund balance. Because, as Director Collard said, there is a public health fund balance, and this money that was being deducted from public health, right, would then increase the public health fund balance, not the general balance.
Okay, I'm just wondering if that's in order or not, because these amendments passed. Can you amend the amendment after the amendment has been adopted? I guess that's my general question.
When there's a Scrivener's error as to what the account is, I can certainly look at it, but typically, when there is a Scrivener's error, would the board want to pass something that's inaccurate? That's all I'm saying, but I can certainly look in Roberts.
I just want to make sure we're doing something to rule. I understand the Scrivener's error, so I want to make sure that we're passing something that's within the rules, that we're doing something that's procedurally correct or not.
There was some lights that were on and then they went off. I don't know if they didn't want to speak anymore.
No, it's on me because I switched to.
Supervisor Haran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When I signed on to this, I don't know that I necessarily understood that to be the case.
Amendment 14. That's not the same. Not the same.
Oh.
We are not talking about 14. We're talking
Oh,
about
okay.
8 and 9.
Sorry, thank you.
That's okay.
Supervisor Eisen. Supervisor Eisen.
Yeah, where does the 400-something thousand dollars come from? The 08 is 140,574, and 09 is 245,480. That comes to 390,000. $386,054.
Which is 342.
What number is that?
Which?
That's 14.
14, yes.
That's the new one.
Right now, it's amending number 8 to make the language correct.
See that in there.
8 was passed, funds were denied, but we're amending.
Does not say that.
We're trying to make it short and sweet. The county executive just come up and said he can line right deal, sign that deal on that, and that'll, you don't have to worry about it then. Okay, so Charlie.
Can we go on and on then? He just vetoed 8 and 9?
No. Line item being fund, where it's going.
And what happens if we don't pass that?
We're gonna veto it.
Not the amendment.
The words, 3 words.
Correct.
4 words.
2 words.
Vice Chairman Parry.
Thank you. I was gonna explain this a different way because I like to do things using simplistic terms. You have what they call undesignated, unreserved fund balances. Let's just call them reserve accounts. So there's a general reserve account for the whole county, and that's where we put the money back into. Wrong account. The public health department has their own reserve account, which they took the money out of to buy down the levy. Now that we've deleted that need to buy down the levy, it goes back to the public health reserve account. So that's all this is, it's cleaning up which account it goes back into. That's all that is. And that would be 8 and 9, I believe?
Yes.
Yeah.
Advisor Hens.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, and I think this will help everybody, including myself, understand this better. What is the exact change that we are doing to 8 and 9? Can we have it read as as the change is being proposed? The appropriate line. We don't need the whole thing read, just the appropriate area that needs to be changed.
Line 20.
It might help some of us grasp what's going on.
I'm gonna read on line 22, starting with increase. So increase is still the check box. Increase to the public health fund balance. That's the amendment. That's it.
First off, thank you, Mr. Chairman. After the recent comment made by the county executive, I don't know why we would act on this at this point. I think he's just going to correct it anyway, so we might as well just keep going forward. Thanks.
Advisor Flow.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
All the lights are off. So, you want to vote on it, or you want to just let the county executive take care of it?
I move to vote on 8 and 9 with the corrections.
With corrections.
Second.
We have a second. Point of order.
Is this a previous question, or is this just the amendments?
This is not amendments, just clear it up.
The amendments. We're amending 8 or we're amending 9?
We're doing both.
Yes, we should do them separate.
This is for number 8. Number 8. Okay, if you want to use your iPad, you're in favor, vote yea.
Yeah, but the line might be different. Yes.
Sarah?
You gonna vote?
She did, no, keep coming.
That passes. Next one then? Corporation Council? Is there another one to clear up?
So, on Amendment 9, you would be changing the language on line 17 and replacing the words reduction to the unassigned fund balance with the words to the public health fund balance. Increase to the public health fund balance. Line 17, number 9.
Supervisor Ellenberger.
Okay, I have a quick question here. So if the money is not it has to go back into this account. Is that what you're saying? There's no, I mean, that is a state, that is the way that the accounting works, and it has to be done? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, we can't have it increase the unassigned general fund balance because that would be commingling funds taxed only on the public health service portion of
Okay.
the county
So-
and using it for the benefit of
And
the
this is
entire
just
county.
something that was missed when it was being put through the first time?
Yes,
Okay. There's no real choice, it has to be fixed?
yes.
Okay.
Supervisor Gordon.
I move to amend Amendment 9.
Second.
Okay, second for amendment 9. No questions? I'm just gonna try this once. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed say nay.
Hey.
Now number 14. No, we still have number 14.
No, I got 14 there. We gotta go to 14. Number 14.
14. Okay, so motion was made by Schellender, seconded by Powers,
Okay, I'll say the words, I guess.
Supervisor Gabbard.
Could Supervisor Schellinger read that, please? 14.
Okay. Oops, yeah, let me pull my document up a second. Oh, thank you. Okay, is it okay if I start with the be it resolved line? Okay. Be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it hereby amends the 2024 Winnebago County general budget so as to add $342,000 to the 2024 budget of the Public Health Department. That's Division Department Number 052, Object Number 51100, which is the general labor. Amount is $342,000. It is found on page 295 of the 2024 Winnebago County budget for the purposes of adding $342,000 to the regular pay account in the Public Health Department to correct the reported public health levy and assigned fund balance applied. Be it further resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors, usage of the amended increase in expense to correct the reported public health levy and assigned fund balance applied.
So how come the numbers don't add up? Between 8 and 9 and this, they don't add up, they're off a bit.
Well, these are, my understanding is intentionally not the same number as the same amounts. The intent is to add some money back into the public health labor budgets. I believe rationale is that the 245,000 would be restored since those were, that number was taken out without reference to any specific positions, and that then the additional amount would be the difference between the labor cost of the public health deputy director and the health programs evaluator position labor cost, which was taken out in the executive budget to try to free up room. So it's really kind of adding in the net cost of the public health director position. But
So
you know,
this-
Director Guerin is more familiar with that
That's
than
okay.
I am.
So the objective here of 14 is to get that, now the two monies back into the public health. Is that what the objective is?
No, I don't think that's exactly right. There's a couple of positions, and I'll let Doug explain the positions. And I think that might give a little bit of clarity, and then maybe you want to re-ask the question if you still have a concern.
Thank you, and thanks for all your patience. I know it's been a long couple of days here. I'll try to readdress 8 and 9, just so that we have a common understanding of what is happening in both of those resolutions. So the resolution to remove the deputy director removed $140,000. That was being offset by $97,000 of another position. The difference between that is the difference between what 14 is and the 8 and 9 put together. So basically what I'm saying is, if you don't want me to have a deputy director position, completely understand that. But then let's not cut the funding that we're going to use for line staff anyway, which is what you really want. So if you're cutting the whole 140, you're cutting line staff too. And then for the second amendment for the 245, I'm not sure the intent of the 245. I'm suspecting that the intent of the 245 reduction was to eliminate what you may have thought was the difference in funding for the reclassifications I was asking for. When in fact, the reclassifications I was asking for outside of the deputy director position are almost budget neutral. And so by taking an additional 245 out, you're essentially jeopardizing the line level positions that are currently in the health department and planned in the budget for next year. So if your intent is to cut positions in the health department that are currently there, then yes, the 245 may effectively do that, or at least will prevent us from filling, future vacancies. And so if all you're trying to do is eliminate the deputy director position, then I'm proposing that we put back all of the funds minus the difference in what it cost us from the position I eliminated to have that deputy director position. Does that make sense? Yeah, so basically we'd restore the labor that was taken away combined. So combined, those two amendments took out roughly, and these are estimates, right? 385,000, 386, thank you. 245 for the positions that are currently in the health department, 140 for a position that we're eliminating in order to get the deputy director position. But I would really love to just reapply that $97,000 back to our line level staff as opposed to reducing the staff of the health department. So once again, Right, and I think there may have been a misunderstanding in what that 245 meant, because really the actual costs, you know, the cost to change the accounting associate position is $5,819. The cost to change, to reclassify the 3 public health aide positions is $7,900. And then the cost to convert a public health nurse to a community health worker actually saves probably more than $20,000. And then the only other cost that's left is the conversion of the WIC program nutritionist part-time to full-time, and that's in a fully federally funded grant program. That's just tying our hands and not allowing us to use the federal funds to actually run the WIC program. So, you know, what I proposed is pretty budget neutral. If you cut the 245, then, you know, you're definitely risking us not having enough money to pay our staff next year, and we'll have to reevaluate what staff we can afford. So, if you, and so the other consideration here is, you know, put the 342 back. We'll continue operations as normal without a deputy director. And if you want, and that is a cut to the budget then, right? And we're already at 1%. And I guess I just want to remind you that we already absorbed $485,000 in labor increases to make this budget work. All right. I mean, we tried to make this work because we had wage increases that we knew increased expenses, and we tried to come in, you know, as levy neutral as we could. We put a lot of work into trying to cut the positions or the other revenue sources, or excuse me, expense sources, to make this work for next year, and to give, you know, the whole county the opportunity to move forward with a wage reclassification. So, you know, we're cut pretty tight, and so further cuts, you know, those are going to be extremely difficult without, you know, impacting services, impacting people that are currently employed. So, if you don't want a deputy director, like I said, that's fine. You know, and if you want us to still, and if we cut that extra 43,000, we're essentially, you know, coming in with a lower levy than we did last year after absorbing all that money. So things are tight. And so you can put the 342 back, and we can keep things running as normal without a deputy director, and have the potential to, you know, hire another line staff person. You know, or you could just put it all back, and I could put it back in a line staff. You know, and we're still at a 1% levy increase for the year, $18,000 in an $8 million budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director Guerin, you answered all my questions. Thank you.
Supervisor Hanson.
Same, thank you.
Supervisor Deputy.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Actually, just one question. So, do you have positions that are easy to cut?
No.
And roughly $250,000 of wages is approximately 2-3 staff, FTE?
Correct, depending on the position, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If we go along with this, are you saying that you will not add that position you're trying to add originally?
You've made it clear that you do not want me to add a deputy director. I will not add a deputy director.
Thank you.
Supervisor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The way I understand it, from what you explained to me, and it wasn't explained, I think, a lot to us, and so some people have the wrong idea, but that 245 might have been picked off as somewhere as, like, let's take that out of their budget and not looking to see what's in there. After you look at it, there's 6 employees that just about lost their job for next year that were in that. That was their pay. And then the 97, that's why it's an odd figure, is for the director. That's why it has that figure. Okay, so now, you know, we took it out because you thought we're saving, we just cut people's wages, and that was a certification. So all they did is they took an amount that was paid on other ways, they reclassified it, recertified it, and they saved us $20,000 by doing that. You didn't hear all that. You didn't know any of that. So the savings they did before they made the budget was to save us $20,000 to come up with this. The 97,000 is if you want a director or not. So we're just putting the money back, it sounds like, that we kind of cut out. And it wasn't supposed to be. It shouldn't have been. We didn't understand, but the way I see it now, I understand it more. It was kind of a mistake, but it's something we need to know. So we're just putting the money back to pay for the 6 employees that we just cut out because it was reclassification. It wasn't upping the pay plan. And he did save us $20,000 by doing that. And you didn't hear that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand what Amendment 14 accomplishes. Am I understanding correctly that it will, that supporting it restores your line staff, it continues established operations, and it eliminates the deputy director position?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And, you know, and I offered up the $40,000 difference just to drive home the fact that that was the difference we were seeking for the deputy director. You know, in all reality, I'd love to have that back because you know that was in our labor budget. It will take us. It will push us into a decreased levy this year over last year. It will leave us with less labor funds overall, but I wanted to recognize that the intent here was to cut the deputy director position. So, you know, offered that amendment at a lower amount.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So with this, you would still add that accountant or keep that accountant on. Is that correct?
I mean, we have an accountant on staff now. The intent is to reclassify that accountant at the cost of $5,819. When we discussed what I could do if I didn't have that accountant and if I could work with finance, yes, but finance would have to add a position in order to do that. So it would just be moving the person from our department to finance, and I suspect finance would probably just place that person back in our department anyway.
Okay. I think that in my personal opinion here, I still think that this basically what we're doing is we're still having a lot of redundant positions here, and I think that this is just we're essentially rescinding what we just voted on here, and I think that essentially that is what we're doing here. And I understand, the methodology there. I understand, that you won't hire a deputy assistant, but at the same time, I still think that there's some inefficiencies with our county government, and this is one of them. And I think this is our job as supervisors to determine what is efficient and what is not. Now, granted, if I understand that there's a lot of different grants coming in, but we also have to realize that we have to be self-sufficient with our levy. And oftentimes, too, if we're accepting all this money from either state or federal, whoever pays the piper gets call the tune. And oftentimes, as we see with ARPA and with the opioid settlement, the more money that we accept from outside sources, yes, we're going to have to expand our staff on that. So I think we should just reconsider how self-sufficient we are as a county. That's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Gordon.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call the question.
I'll second it. Motion made, seconded to call the question. Vote on that first. If you're in favor of calling the question, push your button A. If you're not, push A. And that passes. The question has been called. Supervisor Challenger, you want to say one more time what this is about? Everyone understands?
You want me to read? Okay.
Whatever you'd like to do.
Could I borrow that one more time? Okay, I will just read it one more time. Be it resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that it hereby amends the 2024 Winnebago County General Budget so as to add $342,000 to the 2024 budget of the Public Health Department. I'm not going to read the division and object code. Let's see. For the purposes of adding $342,000 to the regular pay account in Public Health Department to correct the reported public health levy and assigned fund balance applied. Be it further resolved by the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors that usage that the amended increase in expense to correct the reported public health levy and assigned fund balance applied.
Okay, so if you're in favor of it, push yea. If you're not, push nay. And that passes.
Thank you.
We've been here this long, we've been ready for budget. Okay. Vice Chairman Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will move to approve Resolution 276-102023, adopting the 2024 county budget and levying property taxes as amended.
That is seconded by Supervisor Powers. Not seeing any lights, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Now we can go.
Now we can adjourn.